Hey, Bitcoin wealth builders. Welcome to episode 75 of Bitcoin Hard Talk. This is where we talk the hardest talk about the hardest form of money as we transition to a world of Bitcoin, AI, and CBDCs. I do have to say, this is going to be an absolutely epic episode because there are some really interesting things that are happening in the world. And my theory about the transition and many of the things that I've been prepping people for over the last decade is all coming into confirmation as the proof of weapons network is exposing itself in full force. And we're going to be, as always, diving into three parts of Bitcoin Hard Talk, episode 75. We're going to be doing this week in Bitcoin, this week in macro, and this week in geopolitics. But there's going to be a lot of educational content today. So I'd like you to sit back, relax. We'll break the video up into three parts, but each of the one of them builds upon the last one. So this is the time where I'm going to be really deconstructing the best of what I've learned from over 2 decades of obsessing over the topic of money investing and Bitcoin right from the beginning when it started or when I got involved in 2011. So without further ado, buckle up. This is going to be Bitcoin Hard Talk episode 75, and we're going to be discussing JFK, Bitcoin, and the proof of weapons network. So let's start with part one. So this week in Bitcoin, let me go through the three things we're going to be covering. I'm going to be going deep into the emerging stablecoin standard that is being built upon a technocracy in America and comparing it to the European Union full-blown authoritarian central bank digital currency standard that has been built in Europe, and why all of them and both of them, and you can break free and boycott both by saving in Bitcoin. So we're going to be doing that and all the news that happened this week in Bitcoin. In part two, we're going to go through everything that happened this week in macro, as well as I got a request, a comprehensive breakdown of what the proof of weapons network is, how it works, and how I follow the money in order to understand and get ahead of the trends. And I'm going to be doing that and everything that happened from the Federal Reserve and all of the other components of the proof of weapons network this week. And then finally, in part three, we're going to be going through this week in geopolitics. And this one, no matter whether you stay around for the geopolitics section or not, I really want you to understand how the JFK file drop is not what it appears to be. And in fact, we have got full confirmation of the atrocities of the proof of weapons network so that you can understand and not be fooled by the fake news, mob-controlled media that I'm going to be sharing. And we're going to break down everything that you need to know about the JFK file drop, how to avoid what they're trying to push you down, and how to compare it to actually the truth as I see it and as I've studied and as it relates to what is happening today with President Trump and the proof of weapons network. So those are the three parts. So let's now jump right in with part one, this week in Bitcoin. So we had an announcement from the SEC. Now the SEC has got rid of the corrupt Gary Gensler, who was executing Operation Choke Point 2.0 on behalf of the proof of weapons network with commands from the top at the Federal Reserve. Now that we've got the corruption out and we're moving over to the next form of corruption, not doing the bidding of the Federal Reserve, but doing the bidding of the technocratic ones that are asset stripping America of all of its assets so that we can transition to this world of AI and a stablecoin standard. Well, the SEC came out and confirmed that Bitcoin and crypto mining, they are not violating securities laws if you engage in Bitcoin and crypto mining. Now, we already knew that, but it's good to have clarification because those that are contributing to the Bitcoin proof of work network and those that are operating nodes are actually contributing to the disruption and the slow dismantlement of the proof of weapons network, a peaceful resistance against the corruption, death, and destruction that the central banksters have created for their shareholders that are operating these predatory banks. So the SEC says, if you want to engage in Bitcoin mining, it is not a security and you do not need to get the permission of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Before that, they said meme coins were not SEC. But if you've been watching my show for any meaningful time, you had nothing to do with meme coins, because we warned you against the ICOs and we warned you against the meme coins. And you respect Bitcoin as the gift that it was given to us. And you have one mission if you choose to accept it. The same mission that I started in 2011 when the Bitcoin community presented right in front of my eyes at that conference how we were going to take down the proof of weapons network using peaceful proof of work. And your mission is to get as much of that Bitcoin as you can. There is only 1 million left to mine. About 20 million have them already been mined. And there is a global race to own your part of the Bitcoin network by simply owning your Bitcoin. And you have one job: own more Bitcoin this month than the previous month. Peacefully resist fiat currency, the debt-based slavery system that is designed to put you on the wrong end of all the trends that we discuss. And Bitcoin is here to give you, if you think of it long-term as well. So you wouldn't have been messing around with all that stuff, so it doesn't really matter to you. But stable coins are next. They're going to be constructed. There's going to be a market structure bill. There's going to be a Bitcoin strategic reserve bill. And there is going to be a stablecoin bill. And it is really important for you to understand this, because if you are not to sell your Bitcoin and you want to own more Bitcoin this month than the previous month, and you are risk managing, then you need to engage in the fiat currency proof of weapons network, but you need to do it in the right way. And we created from our sector these things called stablecoins. And I wrote a book in 2011 about how we would transition to a central bank digital currency as a tool and weapon, and how that transition would make. But it is becoming very, very clear that the US is slowly but surely transitioning to a stablecoin standard as it runs this two-tiered Federal Reserve System and technocratic stablecoin standard to come. And the regulations of how oppressive, how freedom orientated, and how decentralized those stable coins will be is going to be written. And I hope that the countries that put more freedom into those stable coins are going to be the ones that end up as the world reserve currencies. We'll be going through that anyway. Just before we go into that, a few other countries. Remember, Bitcoin is not just a US story. The reason it becomes a US story is because the Federal Reserve managed to create the debt-based slavery system of the US dollar world reserve currency after the World War II Bretton Woods system, in which after the 1913 Federal Reserve System co-opted America and constructed the dollar to get the world into debt slavery and to bankrupt the US government by fighting war after war after war and export that globally through the International Monetary Fund. I'm going to be going through the proof of weapons network in full in part 2. But around the world, those victims of the Federal Reserve System, those when the Federal Reserve creates 9% inflation, end up in Zimbabwe with 900% inflation, are able to fight back and either allow their people to fight back or construct a financial system that allows the country to fight back as well. And so one victim of the proof of weapons network is, of course, Pakistan, who announced that they're looking to legalize Bitcoin and crypto. And that was an announcement from the Pakistan Crypto Council CEO. And so we welcome such news in every single country as the global south unifies and we have self-sovereign nations, self-sovereign individuals, and self-sovereign companies that cannot be, that can fight back against the proof of weapons network. Meanwhile, in the US, the crypto saw David Sachs, whose job is to asset strip America and turn it over to the technocrats through artificial intelligence on centralized databases and ushering in a crypto fiat money printing side at the same time as benefiting from the Bitcoin strategic reserves. Well, David Sachs came out and said that he has held talks with the top UAE officials in order to discuss cryptocurrency. And we know that the UAE has been working on their regulations, attracting businesses, creating a tax-neutral environment. And last week I discussed the significance of the sovereign wealth fund of the UAE of Abu Dhabi investing $2 billion in Bitcoin. The TLDR was that they are looking at a capital markets play in a tax-neutral jurisdiction using a stablecoin standard and utilizing the 260 million users at Binance, is my speculation, in order to build a tokenized global exchange that can suck capital markets into the middle and sit between China and America as they go through this AI race in order to control and weaponize all the data on their servers when they move to these stablecoin standards. Speaking of stablecoins, in 2016, you'll know that I was part of restructuring Bitfinex, a hacked exchange that had 119,000 Bitcoin stolen from it. And the victims of that were able to get shares in the company, and I became a shareholder in the company. It's the partner company to Tether. They launched stablecoins, which is now the seventh largest buyer of US dollar treasuries relative to countries. That is how big the stablecoin standard is. Now, the government is looking back and saying, we're able to use our bank network of fiat currency proof of weapons network, and they're able to use all sorts of tools at the Federal Reserve level in order to get the government into debt. And then the private banks get to benefit from creating the dollar every time they issue a loan. And the credit-based banking system is a Ponzi scheme that guarantees that more debt will be issued in the future, benefiting the system that was set up by the shareholders of the Federal Reserve. And that is the private banks and commercial banks that get to create the dollar and all the fiat currencies that are connected to the proof of weapons network that we'll be covering in number 2. Now, stablecoins came along and said, we can build assets on top of Bitcoin. The first one was on Omni, which was a layer 2 on top of Bitcoin. We now have layer 2s like Lightning Network, which have private transactions in channels and instant transactions a lot cheaper, because Omni was damn expensive because of the way it was built and structured. So eventually those stable coins ended up going on Ethereum. Ethereum transitioned from proof of work to proof of stake. Now those that own the stakes control the network. And then it started going further and further down the line when people would create more centralized databases that were called blockchains, that were, pre-mined fiat currency tokens. And the more centralized you get, if you have a federated network of a few nodes run by the very same creators of those coins, you can make really fast, cheaper, faster, and what they call better transactions if you give up, and eventually you just end up as a database like the PayPal Mafia, where you put it on Amazon Web Service and there's no blockchain needed if you want to get really cheap. But that has been the history of our industry as people launch cheaper, faster, better, but more centralized networks. And so we ended up further and further down that network, and then the stable coins would go further and further down the different chains. And now as the US government gets into stablecoin standards, they've got all of the crypto lobbies that pre-mine those coins, like Ripple Labs and various other companies. I've disclosed that I'm a shareholder in Circle, Bitfinex, which is the sister company for Tether, and many, many years ago invested in Ripple Labs, which owns like 50% of the XRP tokens. Not excited about the mission, but I was investing in that because it was plugging together like BitPesa, which was bringing Bitcoin to Africa, or UnoCoin that was bringing Bitcoin to India, invested in BitPesa, UnoCoin, Bitso that was bringing Bitcoin to Mexico, and ATM that was bringing Bitcoin to Argentina and Venezuela. And so the pitch was that it could connect all these different networks. Didn't quite work out that way. But anyway, nonetheless, now we've got a global competition for those that are using their pre-mined coins to bribe politicians in the crypto lobby to make sure they get a piece of the future of the stablecoin standard of the dollar. Now that the Trump administration has said they want to be, through David Sachs' crypto czar, the center of crypto, and they want to be the center for Bitcoin as well. Now, just to give you an idea of size, in terms of purchases of US treasuries, which is US debt, it is only the UK, Singapore, which has vast reserves, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, and the Cayman Islands, which is the largest purchaser of US treasuries. It is only them that is larger than Tether in terms of their foreign country purchases. Now, the largest purchasers are like the BlackRocks and the hedge funds and the mutual funds and the pension funds within America. But in terms of countries, Tether is now number 7. It is larger than Canada, which is going through a trade war with America, Taiwan, which is a weapon of the proof of weapons network in order to try and escalate a NATO expansion to try and push China into reunifying if they ever want to de-topple because they control the semiconductor chips. Mexico, where China has factories and is the largest manufacturer and the exporter to America that is engaged in a trade war right now. Norway, which above the northern side of the Baltics of Europe, is the largest exporter of oil and natural gas across the European regions. Hong Kong, which was a victim of the proof of weapons network when China was suffering from a British opium war, and they negotiated a 99-year lease in order to give that region to the Brits, and then China wanted to reunify. And also South Korea, which was a victim of the proof of weapons network when there was a Cold War that was artificially created between the Federal Reserve and the Soviet Union. And therefore, they engaged in getting the US government deeper into debt by wiping out Korea and splitting it into two. And now you have a pariah state because it had nuclear weapons to defend itself from the proof of weapons network. And South Korea, which is a conduit to the Federal Reserve System. And Germany, which was also split in two after the World War II. And then had this ideological battle between communism and capitalism in order to fund both sides of the war to get the US government deeper into debt. And it was recently weaponized by the European Union and the European Central Bank and the CIA that blew up Nord Stream pipeline, escalated a NATO war to ensure that Russia was weakened and Europe was destroyed and put in recession. And Germany and, of course, Saudi Arabia, which was weaponized and colonized from Sykes-Picot. And Sykes-Picot was a mechanism for ensuring that all oil is priced in dollars. And the Middle East is always destabilized by a CIA, Mossad, and MI6 operation called Israel that we'll be covering in the geopolitical section in order to make sure that the US government goes deeper and deeper into debt. And the demand for dollars is exported globally, as we'll cover in the proof of weapons network. All of those are, and of course, Switzerland, which is where the Bank for International Settlements was set up to create a network of 157 central banks in order to weaponize the dollar after the European Central Bank took over the European countries, took away their self-sovereignty, and create a neutral jurisdiction for banksters in order to be able to siphon off and have a privacy environment for their crimes. All of those are now smaller than Tether in terms of the amount of treasuries that they purchase. And so that is absolutely fascinating. And in fact, with the resistance movement against the dollar through de-dollarization, because too much settler colonialism and too much violence and covert regime changes has happened, they are using the fact that they are selling treasuries in order to re-collaborate the power so that we can move to more harmonious and peaceful environment. And the sellers of treasuries after Tether and after those countries is India, a member of BRICS, Ireland, which recently moved the Trump administration because they created a tax neutral jurisdiction so that companies and technocrats like Apple and Google can set up there, siphon off all the tax into Ireland so that they don't have to pay any tax in America, and all of the big pharma companies as well, in order to take advantage of that jurisdiction, again, which had a resistance movement against England with the IRS and various other things. And also Brazil, which is a member, the B in BRICS, they're all net selling. Japan, now that's a really interesting one. Japan was obviously colonized after World War II, and the Bank of Japan became a mechanism for creating rampant inflation across the Japanese people, and then creating a central bank that would issue money debt-free, and then they could use that in order to borrow and then purchase assets in order to siphon off the wealth and create one of the largest welfare states. And thankfully, many of the Japanese people were able to invest to protect themselves from it. And of course, China, which was the rising power that transitioned, they created the PBOC, and they created a state banking system similar to what Germany created before they arrested the Rothschild pre-World War II, and then created a debt-free monetary system. But obviously, China had a hybrid CCP communist model that then created a state banking system. And because they had the ability to weaken the currency, and now they got $1 trillion surplus at the expense of America that was consuming on debt by the proof of weapons network, encouraging debt, where everybody is borrowing on credit cards and paying exorbitant interest rates. And that consumption led to a massive trade deficit that is imploding on itself in America right now as America tries to figure out what to do next. And China is selling those treasuries because Russia was weaponized by holding treasuries and holding funds in a European bank, and that 350 billion was just confiscated from it when the CIA escalated a NATO expansion in order to take down Europe and weaken Russia for the profit of the military-industrial complex. Well, all of those are now net sellers of treasuries. So who are they going to sell those treasuries to? Of course, they are deconstructing in a controlled demolition the Federal Reserve System to a stablecoin standard. And why were no banksters sat around Trump in his inauguration 2 months ago? Because the technocrats were sat there, the Elon Musk, the Jeff Bezoses. This is their gift to asset strip America and hand it over to the technology companies that are going to be the stablecoin issuers. And that's why Howard Lutnick, the Secretary of Commerce, I think, or the head of commerce, who is responsible for managing the custody of the treasuries for Tether, made sure that Tether is in that lobby group, as well as Circle and various other things, because the only way to be a part of the American system is to buy the prostitutes and politicians that run the fake democracies and make you think that they're doing things in your favor. And at the same time, North Korea, the pariah state that has been sanctioned out of existence, ended up with a nuclear weapon, and they end up creating Lazarus Group in order to create hacking networks. North Korea has now joined the strategic Bitcoin reserve family because allegedly they hacked a bunch of Ethereum out of the Bybit hack, and it ended up being converted into Bitcoin through the network. And now you can trace those wallet addresses. And from the Chainalysis, you can see that North Korea now owns 13,562 Bitcoin. And so while the US is building its Bitcoin strategic reserve, and it is deciding what regulations it's going to have for its stablecoin standard, everyone is flurrying around to be the stablecoin issuers. PayPal launched its own stablecoin. X and Elon Musk has been applying for their money transmitters. My prediction is they're going to be launching a stablecoin. And of course, President Trump himself launched his own stablecoin through World Liberty Financial because he is making sure he gets his cut of issuing the dollar via stablecoins in the future, as America is asset stripped while it contracts to a regional power because essentially, we'll cover more in the geopolitical section, a new world order has been set that I've covered in previous episodes, but because in 2008, Bitcoin created a resistance, they couldn't defeat us, and we ended up creating a way to own your own money, spend your own money, and defeat the Federal Reserve System. So all they could do through Operation Choke Point 2.0 is the Federal Reserve would harness Gary Gensler at the SEC and used the corrupt network and political lobbying through Elizabeth Warren in order to take out our system, implant people like SBF, the only person that was able to get a meeting with Gary Gensler, and wipe out the system, wipe out the 3 banks that were serving the crypto exchange, Silvergate, Silicon Valley Bank, and Signature, and then hand over the industry and say, SEC, approve custody for Bank of New York Mellon, approve ETFs so that everyone can own their Bitcoin through BlackRock. And now BlackRock and everybody wants you to custody with them and hand your Bitcoin over to them so that you cannot peacefully resist against it, but at least you get to benefit from, hopefully, the 4-year cycle and the construct of it. But anyway, America is now transitioning to this stablecoin standard. It is a slow demolition. Create the regulatory environment, create a fight with the Federal Reserve, and allow all of those treasuries that the rest of the world is selling and create new demand by backing those stablecoins. And guess what I think you should be doing? We should be creating stablecoins, firstly decentralized on top of Lightning Network, various other channels, so there's got a bit more privacy, and hopefully the mechanism for allowing that to happen is still there, because the technocrats want to control your stablecoins, and they'll use things like, you know, the Patriot Act, the Bank Secrecy Act, in order to, because everyone has to, if you are a registered company, you have to comply with those regulations in order to get between you and your money. And what is the mechanism for doing that in the future? Of course, it's artificial intelligence. So there is a race globally to acquire those treasuries, issue those stable coins, and build the network that's required in order to control all your data through artificial intelligence in a centralized hub and honeypot, which is why companies like NVIDIA are providing all of that infrastructure, because they want you to have all of that data in possession of the technocrats that have been chosen by the military-industrial complex to control the new financial system, as we control demolition the Federal Reserve Act, and we have that battle because it's no longer working. And, you know, this is exactly what happened during World War I, when the Bank of England destroyed the British economy, got it deep and deeper into debt, pushed it into all of these colonial wars. It made so many enemies when it controlled about 60% of the world through colonialism. We were justified in being told that we're working for God and we need to civilize people. Anyone recognize what's happening today? And therefore, all of the banks were able to take over the pound, fund it through excessive wartime debt, bankrupt the UK government, and then finally do a controlled demolition of the system and hand it over to America, when the very same people behind the Bank of England created the Federal Reserve. They then did a revolution in Russia, installed communism into the Soviet Union, and then funded both sides of the Cold War and benefited from World War I and World War II in order to weaponize the dollar to ensure that everybody is in the debt-based Ponzi scheme. So what is happening on the European Union side? Well, you got your stablecoin, technocratic, artificial intelligence transition away from the Federal Reserve System in America, where Trump, Elon Musk, and the PayPal mafia and Peter Thiel are going to be the future controllers of those financial systems. And as the world sells their treasuries and then sells it to American people and backs it by stable coins, in the European Union, because we had a Fed first policy and the European Central Bank using the European Union in order to take over the sovereignty of all of the European countries, and just take these shell companies, these shell countries like Spain, like Italy, like Germany, and then use financial warfare from the proof of weapons network to put Europe into a recession. And then they have the solution, the digital dollar. So in the European Union, we are picking up the war machine, as Zelensky was a CIA implant, in order to transition the CIA war over to the MI6 and European central banksters war. And we are being told, because we're going to war with Russia, because of course Russia is Hitler, and we need to fight Hitler because Hitler's going to take over the whole of Europe and the boogie monster is going to take it down. Meanwhile, we're deep in recession. UK is a shell company for the military industrial complex. Big Pharma has been asset stripped of everything. UK people are choosing between eating and heating. Germany no longer gets access to its cheap gas, and we'll cover it in the geopolitical section. Guess what? Suddenly, a new pipeline got blown up this week. We'll cover more in part 3. So, of course, the solution is going to be fed to us as the beta test. It was beta tested on China with the issuance of the Chinese central bank digital currency. And now it's being ready to roll out in Europe on October 2025. The EU is officially going to be moving to the digital dollar, both retail and wholesale, central bank digital currency standard. And the only way that you can get independence from both the US technocratic asset stripping to the wealthy, or the centralization effect of handing over the entire European economy to the ECB and the European Central Bank, is build your independence with Bitcoin strategic reserves. So if you are fortunate enough to be able to beat the proof of weapons network and actually vote for a democratically elected politician that is actually representing the interest of their country, they will be building their Bitcoin strategic reserves. But because that may not happen, you need to build your Bitcoin strategic reserves, and your company needs to build this Bitcoin treasury strategy so that you can be sovereign and independent as the European Central Bank wipes out the middle class and puts them on a universal basic income as you go to war with Russia in a war that you certainly can't win. And the military industrial complex will sacrifice people and profit from the whole thing, of course. So everybody needs to build their Bitcoin reserves, because handing over the entire euro to the European Central Bank is even worse than having the banks create the digital euro every time they issue a loan, because at least it will be stable, but it will be authoritarianism. And you need decentralization in order to fight back and resist. At the same time, while we've got these two-tiered models, we've got the stablecoin technocratic standard in America, and we've got the European Union CBDC through the ECB. We're going to build a massive surveillance state. UK was the beta test. The rebuild in Gaza will be a smart city controlled by artificial intelligence military industrial complex that will come across to these states. And of course, you need a boogie monster like the fake war on terror 2.0 in order to make you believe that you're under attack and you should stay at home from any in case, and maybe even inject yourself if they can get away with that one again, or maybe they wipe out the internet to try and make you stay at home as well. Anyway, if we have Bitcoin, we are protected. We have money we can own, money that has a fixed supply, that beats the Federal Reserve System and the proof of weapons network, and money that we can transport globally around the world. So what is the Middle East doing? Well, the Middle East is saying, right, Europe, if you're going to be a bitch to the European Central Bank, and America, you're going to be a bitch to the PayPal mafia and technocrats, and China, you're going to carry on doing what you've done, but your population's kind of okay with it. Americans think that they've got, they're able to fight back against it. And Europeans have just submitted through debt slavery. We're going to build in the Middle East a tokenized system to have a tax neutral jurisdiction powered by the natural gas plugged into Bitcoin proof of work, and transition into sitting in the middle of the world with capital markets, stable coins, Bitcoin standards between the two largest nations, the consuming nation America and the producing nation China. And that is where I think the Middle East is going to be going. And that's why they're doing their tokenized capital markets. But I guarantee you, I have got no proof of this, but I guarantee you that those energy countries in the Middle East are mining the Bitcoin right now, building their reserves without actually telling you. And they will be working on, they've already got their regulations for stable coins, and they can plug into CBDC, stable coins, tokenized securities, Bitcoin, the proof of stake networks. They'll be plugging the whole damn thing together, because the global South, BRICS, is also aligned with the Middle Eastern vision. Saudi Arabia is kind of sitting in the middle between the stablecoin standard and the BRICS standard. because it's deconstructing the petrodollar. Remember, Saudi Arabia is a net seller of treasuries now. It still prices some of its oil in dollars, but it started pricing it in the Chinese currency and Russian currency. And it wants to use its vast oil supplies in order to determine whether you have inflation or whether you have deflation at the whim of the kingdom and the one ruler and the family that rules it as well. And so BRICS is, what are they doing? They're going to be providing the back end, into all of this, the roadmap for transitioning to an artificial intelligence world. It requires the energy. It requires the rare earth minerals to construct semiconductor chips. It requires Taiwan to produce the semiconductor chips, which will then be diversified across America and China as well for strategic reasons, because that is also needed for drones and AI warfare and F-35 fighter jets and various other things. It also needs the steel and aluminum for the manufacturing base. It also needs the ASICs and the data centers and the servers, and it needs the technology and the electricity and energy that powers it as we transition to this fully digitized world. And of course, BRICS are going to be the cheap labor that produces it. And if America is becoming a regional power and Europe is going into recession for America, then all of the colonialism and the destruction across Africa, stealing all of those rare earth minerals, perhaps they can be built up and they can become. I was talking about the largest countries and their strategic reserves at the moment. Now, America said that it's the largest because it's got 220,000, but the Trump administration is saying you now need to audit that. When you audit it, you'll realize that there is a Department of Justice order to send 96,000 Bitcoin back to Bitfinex. I know that because I'm a shareholder in Bitfinex. And so that will push America further down, which means that they need Cynthia Lummis's bill in order to be a leader. And I'll go through a couple of the other strategies that America is using in order to take over China, because right now China has the largest reserves when you remove that 96,000 Bitcoin that's owed to the Bitfinex shareholders. And so China owns approximately 11% of the hash power. That's not a perfect tool, but actually I think it went up to about 21%. 11% was Russia, 21% was China. They used to own about 60% before they had bad regulations. And then America ended up with 40% of the hash power. But the point is, it is geographically diversified around nations that are natural enemies to each other, but need to trade with each other if we end up America transitioning to a regional power and BRICS being able to stop all the covert regime changes and rise up because their assets and rare earth minerals are no longer a victim of the proof of weapons network. And we can have a genuine fourth turning, let's call it, an area of prosperity, as long as World War III doesn't happen. And so China is the largest holder of Bitcoin, an authoritarian regime, but it's not levered up with mass debt because it has a non-debt-based financial system, but it has regional capitalism. And as soon as a company gets big enough, they end up being acquired by the CCP, versus the American model, which is where all of the assets are being stripped over to the billionaires and they're bigger than the government. And when we cover the proof of weapons network, how the mafia and the mob are able to infiltrate both the technocrats and the government to own the government and make you think you've got a democracy when they fight you between left and right. Two different systems, but Bitcoin's obviously the one that we play in because we got the resistance. And so anyway, there's going to be multiple stable coins plugged into central bank digital currencies, plugged into artificial intelligence as we make this transition. And how is America going to build its strategic reserves? Well, remember what was said. I covered this, I think, 2 episodes ago when I went through the revenue neutral Bitcoin strategic reserve in America. It essentially means as long as taxpayers are not paying for the Bitcoin, they can use their strategic reserves and recollaborate them, like they could reprice gold because it's gone past $3,000. And then they could use that in order to sell some of the gold and purchase Bitcoin, which is a much bigger budget than if you just went for taxpayers paying for it. But also you could do things like nationalize a new company that what used to be called MicroStrategy into Strategy. And I believe Strategy, which was founded in the dot-com boom and bust and was intelligence data, is more than likely to be the type of company that is connected to government intelligence, because Google is. You know, we know from Edward Snowden that they were just mechanisms for creating backdoors, and then the military industrial complex would give the technology to those in the proof of weapons network to become mega billionaires, create trillion-dollar companies, and then bribe politicians to change all the laws inside of the proof of weapons network. You know, all of the companies, I mean, Elon Musk got more military industrial complex technology handed to him with government contracts to develop it, which has made him the richest person in America, at least. They say the world, but I think the real wealth is not declared. And we'll cover more of that on the proof of weapons network as well. But MicroStrategy to me is highly likely to be intelligence connected at this stage, because Michael Saylor was propelled, just like SBF was propelled. And I'm not making a comparison that they're fraud. This is all done via a public company. However, they are using more and more dubious mechanisms for asset stripping fiat currency away from Americans over to a Bitcoin standard within the treasury, so that eventually it went from 0 Bitcoin to almost 500,000 Bitcoin, half the amount of Bitcoin that Satoshi Nakamoto mined in the early days through those wallets. And now it is a strategic asset of intelligence and the proof of weapons network. And so it is literally asset stripping the dollar system to accumulate Bitcoin from debt-based slavery. And anyone that wants to be a part of that is buying these different products on the public market. It's got a lot of leverage, but then you can do exactly what has been done in the past. You create artificial constructs like long-term capital management. You create a black box hedge fund. This is a different version. This is a transparent, financialized US dollar weapon, which then, when you want to, you can use interest rates to blow up the company if you choose, and then implement a government bailout like what happened with long-term capital management, and print a stable coin, and they'll pick the issuer. Will it be Trump's World Liberty Financial? Will it be X or Elon Musk with X Financial? Will it be the PayPal mafia? Or will they all get their cut depending upon how many treasuries they agree to purchase in this technocratic system that they're all vying for right now? And then you can nationalize it, swap out the Bitcoin for some stable coins. And hopefully you're smart enough, if you get caught in that, to take your stable coins and not give it to BlackRock to earn your Bitcoin, but buy some Bitcoin for yourself when the government wipes out whatever MicroStrategy can handle. And the Federal Reserve could be this very system where they use rates in order to create pump and dumps like they have 20 times since 1913, that leads to bailout, where the rich get richer at the expense through inflation of middle-class America, who get poorer and poorer and poorer because they created a debt-based Ponzi scheme, too big to fail financial system that is about asset stripping wealth now that the Federal Reserve took over constitutional America and the dollar. And so I believe that strategy is using the constructs of the globalized capital markets in order to acquire as much Bitcoin. And they're probably trying to get all of the Bitcoin in a revenue neutral strategy, so that when the Fed is weaponized to hand over the system to the technocrats based upon whatever they want to do that, they've set up the regulations, they've handed over the key players, and then they can wipe out MicroStrategy, crash the markets, and use those leverage systems in order to nationalize strategy. And if they want to do that, they could also do that with the Bitcoin in custody, similar to how they did with gold in 1933, because those that were trying to protect their pension and gave up control of Bitcoin to BlackRock in custody, hopefully you'll get a good price at that time, and then you'll use it in order to convert that stablecoin to Bitcoin and own it in self-custody with money you can own, money you can spend, and money that has a fixed supply as well. Those are the strategies that can be used in order to do it revenue neutral. The other thing you could do is you could use proof of stake. Proof of stake means that whoever owns the ETH controls the network. You control the governance. And so all of the stablecoin issuers that own ETH right now are now applying in order to be able to stake the ETH in their ETH ETF. And ETH has underperformed Bitcoin to strategically acquire chunks of Ethereum, because then they can own more and more chunks of that and build their stablecoin standard on top of that chain as well, which is what Trump's family is doing with World Liberty Financial. And so those that control the stakes control the networks of the pre-mined alternatives to Bitcoin proof of work. These are the types of mechanisms that can be used in order to get that Bitcoin strategic reserves in a revenue neutral way if America suddenly wants to become the largest holder of Bitcoin. But there is a very important part to this. So what is Strategy doing? They launched what they're calling they were talking about a Bitcoin convertible bond ETF. So what that means is that any company using the strategy, Bitcoin treasury strategy, like Riot and Marathon, they're packaged up into another financialized ETF, which is a Bitcoin convertible note ETF, which allows retail people to get exposure to the more market neutral ways of getting exposure to Bitcoin. Now, let's not forget, if you transition to a stablecoin standard, eventually it won't be like Tether, where Tether gives you a stablecoin and then they buy treasuries and they get free Bitcoin by taking the yield on those treasuries and buying Bitcoin, and they become a bigger financial institution than the profits of BlackRock and Citibank by doing that. As we compete, people are creating stable coins where they share the yield with you, and eventually that yield can be used in order to acquire Bitcoin. So you can have fiat currency that is converted to a stable coin that will then pay the yield from the proof of weapons network, and that can be converted into peaceful proof of work on Bitcoin. And so you can do the market neutral strategy. You can earn with your spending money fiat currency that is being used in order to kick off free Bitcoin. That's the type of innovation that we can have as we transition to this. And that's the tool that can be used to slowly control demolition, the Federal Reserve and the fractional banking system over time. This gives you some upside of Bitcoin, but it allows you to maintain your purchasing power. And that's what Michael Saylor was doing with these different types of convertible. They were basically taking all of the money that you're pooling together in your pension and taking more conservative fixed income investors, giving them some exposure to Bitcoin without having to speculate on Bitcoin itself. And now they're being packaged into an ETF, and it's another product. Look, just understand that it's about risk management and putting together a decent strategy. That's what I've always been doing. And I'll be on simondixon.com. If you're a member of my BitcoinHardTalk membership portal for free, I'll make sure I'm going to be releasing comprehensive guides on exactly how I do it so that you can decide to develop your own strategy in your own circumstance. But it's about understanding the different rules of the game in order to carefully transition this world of Bitcoin, AI, and CBDCs. Anyway, so we've got this new ETF products that is allowing people to use the dollar system to get exposure to Bitcoin, get some of the upside, but be protected from the downside. And now they're taking those strategy, Marathon, which is a Bitcoin miner, a public Bitcoin miner, Riot, which is a public Bitcoin miner, and then packaging them up into the companies that issue these converts. And now you have an ETF. So this is what I'm talking about with the globalized, financialized. And obviously in Abu Dhabi, they want to tokenize that thing. And BlackRock is looking at launching their tokenized exchange as well as they tokenize this whole thing and transition to a globalized proof of weapons network that allow people to transition into peaceful proof of work as well. But with them in the middle, of course, which hopefully you're smarter than that and you manage that risk as well. But what is the point of this product? Well, this product gives retail access to what was only available to the rich and wealthy. And the only reason that they're rich and wealthy is because you're handing your money over to BlackRock, and BlackRock is charging a fee, and then they get to control of your assets from all of the pension, endowment funds, insurance, and various other things. Okay, so what else is Strategy doing? Not only are they creating these financialized ETFs, they're also launching an announcement that came this week of a perpetual 10% dividend. What are they calling it? Basically, what it is a product where they're doing a fundraise and they're going to pay you a perpetual 10% dividend. This is slowly creeping the risk curve. So if ever the Fed wants to do a controlled demolition in order to nationalize this, then they can do that at the moment that they want to do that. Because now Strategy needs to pay a fiat currency dollar dividend 10% in dollars. And so if Bitcoin crashes, which quite frequently it does, they still have dollar liability. So they may need to sell some of that Bitcoin to pay the dividend. And it's a perpetual dividend that has to be paid forever. And so now they're doing dollar liability on top of all the other products. You got to figure out where you are in the cap table, because if that ever ends up in Chapter 11 and nationalization, you got to find out, am I provide the convertible note holders? Am I an equity holder? Am I a debt holder? Am I a preference share? Am I common share? You better be sophisticated in your understanding of analyzing cap tables, because those who are on the wrong side of FTX and Celsius know what that means when customers and shareholders are put in different things. Anyway, be careful with these tools. They're being constructed in order to have financial weapons of mass destruction for whenever they are needed in order to service this transition from a proof of weapons network to peaceful proof of work, where the financial system is trying to get you to hold your Bitcoin with them. Why? Because fortunately, proof of work, it doesn't matter who owns it. And that's why it's better than proof of stake. Because even though they play all of these games, you still get to opt out. You still get to own your own money. You still get to do things, you get to spend your own money, and you still get to benefit from fixed digital hard money as the fiat currency proof of weapons network deploys itself, because it's creating products like this, which take it to next level risk. This is starting to resemble a shell company like Long-Term Capital Management, different version, because that was a black box hedge fund, but it can go through a controlled demolition by manipulating interest rates and creating crashes of markets as they choose. And then it can be nationalized at the right moment, as I said. So this is why I believe Strategy at this point is an asset. So benefit from it, understand it, but don't get caught on the wrong side of it. And for clarity, this does not change any of my thesis around Bitcoin, because Satoshi Nakamoto knew that the key to proof of work was to create a game theory situation where countries start allocating their resources to hash power, and you have competing countries that are able to mine Bitcoin to repurpose electricity and back the intrinsic value of the proof of weapons network, and unwind it to the proof of work network as more and more energy is transitioned into Bitcoin. So let's do a quick review on where we're at with that hash power. Hash power now controls basically the production line that we're talking about, and I covered it earlier. You got to have natural gas, which is the input to electricity. So whoever has the natural gas routes, which is why we're fighting wars over natural gas routes, is going to be able to plug those into rare earth minerals that are repurposed into semiconductor chips that are then plugged into hardware ASICs that are then hosted in data centers that can access those cheap electricity, that is then run by robotics and artificial intelligence in order to provide and generate Bitcoin through the proof of work network. Now, here's the important part about it. Because that network exists where people are contributing and going through that cycle in China, in America, in Central America, in South America, in Europe, in Africa, across the global South, across the BRICS nations, in the Middle East, even in the farthest parts of energy producing regions in Canada, wherever it may be, because this is a global pay in Mexico, because this is a completely global pay, it means no government can take down the Bitcoin proof of work network, which means that as long as that is geographically diversified around countries that hate each other, it can create an equilibrium and the backbone of all of these different financialized systems as fiat currency implodes in itself because it's a debt-based Ponzi scheme. Now, what do we know about this? Once you've got this hash power, this global decentralized network, the central bank couldn't take down Bitcoin. The governments couldn't take down Bitcoin. The banks couldn't take down Bitcoin. And so because of that, we have decentralized money that is completely different from anything else out there that doesn't have this vast system. Now what we need to do is replicate what we did for Bitcoin on the proof of work network. We need stable coins that are decentralized by nature, allowing you to lock up your Bitcoin in a Bitcoin-based smart contract in a channel through a Lightning network where you can use fiat currency rails in order to manage in the transition, and it can be done in a decentralized way so that eventually artificial intelligence will choose the currency of freedom over the European currency of suppression or the technocratic currency of America. We also need decentralized identity. We need to make sure that we can do this on chain, not have it where it's all controlled within a honeypot of data in either China or America. We also need to do this with our social media communications, because we know at the moment on X, we're given freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach. Freedom of reach will be given to those that have say the right thing, do the right thing, engage in degeneracy, which gets more engagement, has a high social credit score based upon what the technocrats for commercial corporate interest say you should be doing. And if you resist against it, then you will get a lower social credit score when Elon launches his stablecoin based upon all the data that it's getting from Doge as it audits the Pentagon, audits the Fed, audits Treasury, audits the Department of Education, and then uses X in order to regime change and persuade India to make India great again and hand over all their data, and Europe to hand over all their data through Make Europe Great Again as we get this CBDC. And then you'll be used as a tool in order to manufacture consent to handing over all your data, all your social media, so that then they can use that to power all of the big data through the compute network that they're building. And we need to do the same, but decentralized. We need that proof of work network through the constructs of layer twos to do social media, to do identity, to do stable coins, and most importantly, decentralize artificial intelligence so that we can actually get the truth rather than the China propagandized AI and the America propagandized AI. On the two wars, remember, before, when the Rothschilds pushed the world into World War I, they funded both the Federal Reserve through the network of the Bank of England, we'll cover more in the macro section, and they funded the Soviet Union by taking over Russia and installing communism. Today, the same networks are controlling the mechanisms behind the centralized networks for the technocratic stablecoin standard and the central bank proof of weapons network, EU CBDC standard. It's the same battle, an ideological battle to divide and conquer and weaponize for the benefit of those that control the proof of weapons network as it transitions from the old system to the new system that we have been covered. And remember what they use those fiat currency rails to do. The central banks use their fiat currency proof of weapons rails in order to acquire gold. Most of the gold, the reason gold is hitting new all-time highs, it's in Switzerland, it's in Singapore, it's in the coffers of the central banks. It was in the Bank of England. It's now meant to be in Fort Knox. And it looks like that's going to be audited because the Federal Reserve may have created paper claims against it in order to collateralize what it confiscated from the Americans in 1933 to fund the wars that it created, to fund the debt slavery, $37 trillion of debt slavery with $250 trillion of additional liability for the welfare system of Medicare, the welfare system of Social Security, the interest on the debt that serves the bank lobby, and the war machine that weaponizes the central banks and intelligence agencies in order to create the death and destruction that is required, and the control of media and psyops that makes you think that what you see on the news is the truth to cover up for their crimes. We'll cover more of that. But what do the central banks do? They print the fiat currency and they don't store it. They store gold. So the fiat currency system has centralized gold in the coffers of the Ponzi scheme money creators, and some of it might be left for the rest of us, but because it increases at 2% per annum. And if you're a country like El Salvador that allegedly is sat on $3 trillion of unexplored gold, which can boost the supply, of course, the IMF comes along and said, please take some dollars instead. Borrow it from us. And by the way, don't buy Bitcoin. We don't want you to be free. And don't borrow anything from China that may want to rebuild you through the Belt and Road Initiative. We want you to be in debt-based slavery to the International Monetary Fund. And we definitely don't want you exploring that gold because we want to take over your gold and you not have Bitcoin to free yourself. And therefore, we will not give you another IMF loan until you stop buying Bitcoin. It is financialized weapons of mass destruction designed to prop up power and control in order to take away sovereignty from nations to prop up the dollar in the land of the free, to export that globally and use that money in order to topple governments and create death and destruction globally in the proof of weapons network. And what do they need? They need data centralization. They need stablecoin centralization. In the digital era, it is about who controls the data and who has access to the data. The whole economy is being recollaborated around data. This is why nothing compares to Bitcoin when you understand how the stablecoin standard and the CBDC standard, the fake war of the two ideologies of the same control mechanism. Right, now, when everyone tries to push you into a psyop of saying, but Bitcoin proof of work, we also have other proof of work chains. Bitcoin's not unique. You know, Peter Schiff, if you haven't seen my debate with Peter Schiff, it's his old tactic. He thinks Bitcoin proof of work is the same as all the other proof of work chains. Let me put that to bed right now and understand how you are alive at one of the most unique times in financial history. And if you are being fooled by useful idiots like Peter Schiff to not have any Bitcoin, and that has cost fortunes to people because of his message, understand that right now Bitcoin has 800 exahashes per second of power behind it. That means every second Bitcoin is solving 800 quadrillion mass problems that in order to execute a 50% attack is both geographically, strategically impossible and would require trillions of dollars that would destroy a fiat currency in order to try and execute such an attack, let alone the geographical and impossibility of bombing server farms in countries that hate each other that would lead to World War III and would be impossible and fail. There is no network like that. This is the first time in human history that we have digitized the mechanism of debt-free hard money on the largest network of distributed supercomputers the world has ever seen. What is the second largest network to that? Well, if you take the largest, let's look at a fork of Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash. Bitcoin Cash has 3.83 exahashes per second. And I can name on one hand the very people, and I won't name them, that are actually mining it. They control the whole network. And if you wanted to wipe out Bitcoin Cash, you are one building away from doing that. That's why it's already had 50% attacks. But they want you to think that it's about cheaper, faster, better transaction. It's not about decentralization. They don't want you to think that. They want you to think it's a meme coin like Dogecoin. So how much hash power does Dogecoin have? It has 0.002 exahashes per second. What about silver to Bitcoin's gold? What about Litecoin? Litecoin has approximately 0.0012 exahashes per second. All of them are capable of being 51% attacked. And if it was worth it, a fiat currency could be printed in order to attack those vectors. There is no other Bitcoin. Understand it. What about Ethereum, which used to be proof of work, and then it transitioned to proof of stake? But in that transition, when it tried to bail out through DAO, some people that printed a decentralized VC fund called DAO, the DAO, and they tried to bail out the Ethereum Foundation people that invested in it, they reversed the chain, and then the old chain remained as proof of work, which is Ethereum Classic. Ethereum Classic has 0.00030,553 exahashes per second. It's already been 51% attack. What about the privacy coin? We're told that if you want to engage in privacy, then Monero is proof of work as well. Well, Monero has approximately 0.0000004 exahashes per second behind that network. Bitcoin is the world's, let's compare it to the world's largest supercomputer. The world's largest supercomputer is called Frontier, requires military, industrial, Federal Reserve type of money printing and control of a government network to create it. It has 1 exaflop, 1 exaflop per second. So that is the equivalent, and it's not quite a comparison because Bitcoin is decentralized, but is 800 times less powerful. The largest supercomputer in the world that governments can produce is 800 times less powerful than Bitcoin. And we're not even getting started yet. The Bitcoin hash power is up and to the right as there is a security arms race to own Bitcoin hash power to protect your country in the future if it becomes the backbone of the clearing between these different networks. Bitcoin is built differently. It is not the same. Don't let idiots fool you because they want to part you from your Bitcoin in order to invest in their pump and dump. It is built differently. We need everything to be built on top of this distributed, world's largest distributed supercomputer with open source codes that anybody can audit, and a decentralized network of nodes that can hold the -2 account, as we saw during the Bitcoin hash war, and as we will probably see when we transition the code to quantum resistant cryptography, which is a battle that we will have to fight in the future, which is why Bitcoin is so different as well. Bitcoin proof of work built with a layer 2 lightning channels that have enhanced privacy, enhanced stable coins, and even if a government wants to, CBDCs, because if it creates a CBDC with the most amount of freedom, it can compete. David can beat Goliath. It can be the next world reserve currency based upon freedom and decentralization. It's a speculative attack on the central bank digital currency, death, destruction, and violence of the debt-based Ponzi scheme. And of course, the shitcoin lobby are all sitting around in order to buy Donald Trump and the Trump administration and David Sachs to say, please put your stable coin on my pre-mined coin because my foundation owns 50% on a company balance sheet and I want to become the future Federal Reserve. And of course, Trump wants to become the future Federal Reserve. And Elon wants to become the future Federal Reserve. And PayPal wants to become the future Federal Reserve. But Bitcoin is built on proof of work. So we have the resistance. And your job is simply to avoid the speculation and own more Bitcoin this month than the previous month in order to have the digital scarce asset that you can own and that you can send anywhere, while others are being tricked into sell their Bitcoin with shitcoin money printing, fiat money printing, and centralized honey traps like BlackRock and various other services. So I hope that inspires you to understand why you are alive at such an interesting time. Now, I'm going to go into the second section today. Now that you get what's happening in Bitcoin with the stablecoin standards, the technocratic side, and the EU authoritarian central bank digital currency side, let's now go deep. And I want to be really educational today. I hope you're enjoying it. In part 2, I'm going to be covering this week in macro and deconstruct exactly what I mean when I say a proof of weapons network. So I'm going to take a quick water. And what I'd love for you to do is help me out. I'm trying to get to 100,000 subscribers because when I started telling the truth, at that point, there was no freedom of speech and they were censoring and shut down my channel. I need to get it reviewed on YouTube. So if you go to YouTube, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell symbol, hit all. I'm about 8,000 subscribers away from getting to 100,000. YouTube will review it. And then I can show them that everything that they said was being censored was the truth. Now that it's being exposed, and I'm going to cover exactly what we said in the JFK files in the geopolitical section and how it relates to today. So do me that favor. I'm going to take a quick water, like, share, subscribe, put a comments down if you're watching the recording, and we're going to move into part 2 this week in macro and exposing the constructs of the proof of weapons network and how to survive it. Welcome back to part 2 of Bitcoin Hard Talk, episode 75. In part 1, we went through this week in Bitcoin. And we went through the stablecoin standard versus the central bank digital currency standard. Go back and watch it if you missed it. Now we're going to be going through the exact construct of what's happening in the macro environment this week and lead that into understanding the proof of weapons network before in part 3, we're going to be covering the geopolitical side and the truth behind the JFK assassination that came out this week. And how to interpret it so you can understand what's happening on the proof of weapons network as well. So this week in macro, gold passed for the very first time in history, $3,000. Remember when it was confiscated from America and it was initially done with Federal Reserve notes worth $20. That is what happens when you save in fiat currency. You get a skewed vision of the world. You should be pricing things in Bitcoin and gold to get the truth. When you price it in Bitcoin, you know that all assets are deflating and the dollar is deflating and you are losing purchasing power relative to gold. But that's a new all-time high for gold because the central banks are accumulating. They're accumulating and they're repatriating into their countries. That is a signal that the proof of work network is getting ready for a transition to a new world order, because gold is at all-time highs. At the same time, they did a psyop to get you to sell your Bitcoin, and to sell your Bitcoin because they want to accumulate more Bitcoin into this standard that we're going through. What is the tool that they use in order to execute that? Well, of course, it's the baseline of the proof of weapons network. The world reserve currency, controlled by the Federal Reserve in the case of the dollar, that acts in the benefit of its shareholders, which are the banks that sit underneath it, that then push money into corporate interests by weaponizing intelligence agencies to control the media and make you think that something else is happening in the world and that you have democracies. So what did the Federal Reserve try to do this week? Well, the FOMC, which is a bunch of bankers that are the shareholders in the Fed, sit around a table, just like they did in Jekyll Island, and they design, what are we going to push everyone to do over the next quarter? What's the agenda that we want to set out in the proof of weapons network? Okay, well, here's our goal. And so therefore, we're not going to raise rates. We're not going to decrease rates. We're going to leave rates unchanged. And we're going to tell the world that we're preparing for 2 rate cuts in 2025. So now the financial markets adjust to the reality that the proof of weapons network tells them, that a bunch of bankers sat around a table decide upon, and the whole world and the governments and everyone needs to adjust to that new reality. And then after the meeting, the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, who is hand-selected to serve more than any president, because you always need the 4 years election cycle where you can't get shit done, and you can have divide and conquer where you're like, they committed atrocities, I'm going left. They committed atrocities, I'm going right. They committed atrocities, I'm going back. And therefore, no shit can get done because the people that really control this, the people at the Federal Reserve that get much longer terms, they have a handover based upon their allegiance to the proof of weapons network. And obviously, we're told that they're elected by the same people that are installed and paid for by the lobby groups that weaponize the currency and pay off the Congress and the Senate as well. So what are they telling us? What is Jerome Powell telling us? He is saying that we're leaving rates unchanged and there's going to be 2 rate cuts in 2025 because we are projecting, even though inflation rolled back slightly, we're projecting higher inflation with lower economic growth. That is a word for that in economics. It is called stagflation. And stagflation also requires some level of unemployment and a decrease in productivity, but you can manifest that through transitioning to AI, through creating government unemployment, and doing what you need in order to transition to a stagflation environment, which is worse of both, by the way. And so through this centralized proof of weapons network, the financial markets adjust to that reality. And also, Jerome Powell is to say, we're doing it, this is happening because we're trying to adjust to Trump tariffs. So what does Trump then say? Trump and the Trump administration that is doing a bidding for another part of the proof of weapons network says, cut now. And you get this drama and this argument where it looks like the administration and the Fed are on different sides. When the Fed is printing the money and the corporate interest in the proof of weapon network is bribing the politicians and campaign financing them into existence to do their bidding so that they can use the dollar to go into their special interest groups. And Trump can then create an economic correction. An economic correction is there's so much corruption. There's so much corruption, we need to drain the swamp. And we drain the swamp by crashing the market slightly. Why do we need to crash the markets? Because we need the Federal Reserve to cut rates. Why do we need the Federal Reserve to cut rates? Because America and the proof of weapons network has like $9 trillion of bonds because it's not issuing its own currency. It is selling its own currency to the highest bidder and paying yield, which is creating all the interest that creates the Ponzi scheme that means you can never repay the debt because that would create economic destruction. And therefore, you need to roll over the debt forever so that the banks and the shareholders of the Federal Reserve System can benefit from it, as well as other players in the proof of weapons network that we'll cover. Then you can get the longer term rates, which is treasuries, i.e. lending money to government for 10 years. And you can try and influence the rates by creating and controlling the economy. And so if you want the long-term rates to decrease so that you can sell 10-year bonds in order to repackage the proof of weapons network, then what you do is you tell people that you're going into austerity. And what you do when you're going into austerity is what happened last week? They applied for $1.6 trillion of budget, same as Biden. And then they said, we're saving all this money through Doge. And Doge has only saved, allegedly, and if you go through it and audit it, $100 billion. What austerity? This is asset stripping of the US economy and getting the public to say, MAGA, MAGA, make America great again. We're winning. We're winning. It exposed some parts of the system because they're not working anymore. And because everyone figured it out, if they've been watching Bitcoin Hard Talk, and then they just do the same thing. And they prepare for a stablecoin standard that I covered in the Bitcoin section. So if you decrease growth, what happens? This is the way to get the 10-year long-term treasuries borrowing rates down so you can repackage the debt-based Ponzi scheme. And you don't need to crash the economy. So a bunch of people sell their shares, and who's accumulating them? Those that are on the other side of the proof of weapons network that I'm about to deconstruct. Then they can transition to growing the economy. And when they grow the economy, it benefits those that hold the very assets that the economy pumped and dumped you into selling. And if you end up in debt slavery because you're borrowing to supplement your income, they get to rinse from the inflation and all of the benefits of the proof of weapons network. Then they get to grow the economy, and that creates more wealth inequality where those that control the network get richer and those that don't know what they're doing go deeper and deeper into debt. And they call it a stimulus. And so China's doing a stimulus right now because American consumption's going down, which is weakening the China economy. And they're deciding to deleverage their real estate debt, which means that savers are saving in China and they need to get consumption going. And they're investing around BRICS and various others in order to stimulate, while America's transitioning to the world of no competition by destroying the same economies. So anywhere China goes to invest, America then comes and regime changes or does a colored revolution or bombs or assassinates and says, ISIS is there. And Trump's doing loads of that. We'll cover more of that in the geopolitical section. It's the same system wrapped up in a different way of you cheering it along. So 10-year rates go up if you want to do that after you've repackaged. And you've got this balancing act of more and more centralized control because the whole thing is a debt-based Ponzi scheme. So then you can pressure Senate in order to avoid a government shutdown, for example. And what did they do? They avoided a government shutdown, but they says we'll decide in September. And last time they said we'll decide later. So they keep rolling it over so that when you need maximum lobby pressure to bribe your governments into getting the money where you want them, you can do what just happened. What did Trump do? He increased the budget to the military industrial complex by $6 billion and sent $12 billion to Israel in the 2 months. So you've literally just paid for the proof of weapons network, and those profits come straight back into the coffers of the military industrial complex, and you're paying the inflation that results from it and creating enemies around the world so that you can then say, hold on, we need to spend more on military. This is a mafia operation, and some people are defending this damn thing. So anyway, remember, Trump has now got approved the same budget that Biden had, which is only 47% of what Obama asked for. And Obama created all of these wars, and all of the wars that Obama created, Trump is now escalating. Bombing in Sudan, bombing in Somalia, bombing in the West Bank, bombing in Gaza, bombing in Syria, bombing in Yemen. all of that is at the expense of the middle class, and you're cheering it along because no one's following the money correctly. But if you follow Bitcoin Hard Talk, you don't need to fall for the psyop. So you got, well done, Trump. You got your $6 billion and you sent it to Israel, and now you're $6 billion deeper into debt. But the contractors that were selling the weapon benefited from it. So what is happening right now? I believe that the proof of weapons network, as I've covered in previous episodes, is getting ready to transition to focusing asset stripping in America, regional power, and a transition to the stablecoin standard based upon technocracy control that I covered in the Bitcoin section. In order to do that, the old model of through Sykes-Picot drawing up the borders in the Middle East to make sure they're always in a state of war, and then putting in puppet governments to exert what you want and having a continual state of war, I believe because certain regions built significant wealth, the Gulf nations that had the oil and the gas that were allowed to use it, because Iran nationalized it, rather than allowing the British Empire through British Petroleum to own it, that led to the overthrow of their government in the first place. I'll cover more in the geopolitical section when we do JFK to understand the psyops. The Middle East is a new regional power, and it's going to kill the petrodollar. We're starting to see that already. Saudi wants to be at the center of the world. Abu Dhabi wants to be the center of capital markets. And America needs to transition to a regional power because they aligned with BRICS, and BRICS through China has not been funding any wars. They've just been building their economies. So now they're leading AI, leading robotics, leading big data, leading electric car vehicles, leading in all of the manufacturing bases, leading in so many sectors. And America, which has built this non-manufacturing base through the world reserve currency, death and violence, needs to retreat and re-collaborate its manufacturing base, which means that you can't run the twin deficit. If you want to continue that model, twin deficit means government spends more and you export more than you import in order to get the world addicted to dollars. And that's the whole backbone of the proof of weapons network. And so what are we seeing in the moment? So if you look around the macro world at the moment, you saw that the UAE, there was an announcement. You come from the UAE is committed to a 10-year, $1.4 trillion investment into a framework in the United States after a meeting with Trump. What is that doing? Basically, they are getting themselves set up to be the global proof of weapons network, peace in the Middle East, and changing the power structure of the world. Trump is going round to get that investment so that it can deconstruct the dollar, which can weaken the currency so it can repackage the debt. Once it repackages the debt, it can go back to the model, transition to the stablecoin standard. The Fed can decide if they want to fight back by using, strategy or whatever it is in order to accumulate a Bitcoin standard, and we'll just keep following the money and getting ahead of that. The moral of the story, wherever it goes, it is the same result. If you go into a depression, the rich leave America. If it enters into any kind of civil unrest, and they own the assets, and the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. If you grow the economy, the Federal Reserve prints the money, just like it did under Biden, just like it is under Trump, and then you have a wealth distributing to those that own assets. Or if you transition it to monetary reform and you go to a stablecoin standard, like I speculated on in the Bitcoin section, then you hand over that wealth to Trump that owns World Liberty Financial stablecoin, or Elon that may own his stablecoin, or whoever gets it. But the result is always the same. The only way to beat the system is to not take on the gateway drug debt, is to save in Bitcoin, which over the long term beats the system, not financial advice, but historically has over a 4-year cycle because of the way it's designed around the election cycle and the 4-year mining cycle. And spend local rather than giving all your money to these technocracies like Amazon and everybody. Spend as local as you can. Support your brother and sister locally. Save in Bitcoin and don't take on the gateway drug debt, which is how you get in slavery to the system. Even the rich that are in slavery to the system, they can have their assets wiped out in one fell swoop. How many times have you seen an over-leveraged billionaire like 50 Cent go into being wiped out by the system? Trump is an interest rate away from being wiped out by the system, because even the rich people, they can be controlled through these networks as well. So why do I say that anyway? At the moment, given everything that's happening in the geopolitical environment that we're in right now, I'm repeatedly asked why I don't think, and I'll go deeper into this when we do the JFK files in the geopolitical section. I'm repeatedly asked why I think that the Middle East is actually going to stabilize and be peaceful for the first time since the Sykes-Picot Act and the British Empire occupied Palestine and created Israel to destabilize the region. I dug into some of the annual reports of the companies in the military-industrial complex. And I've always done that in order to try and get, where is the proof of weapons network putting their money? So right now, if you look at the 2020, 2021, 2022 annual reports of Lockheed Martin, which is one of the major beneficiaries of the proof of weapons network, Gunthorpe, RTX, General Dynamics, Palantir, which is the AI version of the military-industrial complex, you can look through and notice a shift in their budgets. Now, remember, these are at the top of the proof of weapons network. You've got the central banks, you've got intelligence, and then you've got the corporations that rinse you of all your money to wipe out middle-class America in order to drive and sell the weapons of the proof of weapons network. If you look at their balance sheet, there is a clear geographical shift in terms of what contracts that they're getting. And so they disclose their contracts and their engagement that they're getting. And there is a clear indication that defense contractors have essentially moved away from selling military contracts in the Middle East, and they have entered into selling those contracts in both Europe and Asia Pacific, which is why we're being told that you need to focus on Putin. Putin is the new Hitler. Zelensky, an implant, comes along and hands over the military-industrial complex to Europe. Europe prints $1 trillion, says Russia will take 350 billion of your money. The ECB will take and create 800 billion, and will spend that in the German military-industrial complex, the UK military-industrial complex, the French military-industrial complex, and of course, the American defense contractors. Trump comes along and say, we're not funding, we're not joining NATO unless you get to 5% exposure. The CIA blew up Nord Stream pipeline, which is what created the recession in the first place, that led to the sanctions that confiscated the money. When you confiscate the money that you can then spend back in the mafia proof of weapons network. And what do you need? More violence. So you need EU to sacrifice itself for the benefit of the defense contractors in America, which is why EU is in decline and Middle East is on the rise. And all of those budgets are going into Europe and Asia Pacific. And so now you get a narrative of reunification, China, China, China. The Trump administration, we're going to stop focusing on that. We'll give peace in Russia, hand that over to Europe, we'll still benefit from it. And now we need to focus on China, China, China. So the communists are out to get us. And you'll get less narrative around the terrorists, but there is one competing force. One more final mission that needs to be had there. And I'll go through that in the geopolitical section as well. But the defense contractors is essentially, when you look at who's spending money on the military industrial complex, it's one of the most reliable things of determining geopolitical forecasts of the proof of weapons network. And because I know it's a proof of weapons network, I'm able to forecast that and follow the money and get ahead of the trends so that we can transition. That's what helped me find Bitcoin in the first place, because I knew what the fiat currency was built upon. And I knew that the media makes you think it's something different to what it is. So if you then combine where the military is spending with those that have the largest sovereign wealth funds, Who are the largest sovereign wealth funds? Well, you got Norway, you got those ones. But at the same time, you've got the GCC, the Gulf Corporation. That is Saudi, that is Qatar, that is UAE. And they're all investing in both China AI and American AI. And they got the energy, they got the surplus, they got the wealth. And if we transition to AI proof of weapons network, rather than needing physical air defense, and you have drones powered by AI, then it's anyone's game. They don't need the security contracts that they needed before. They have won the negotiation in order to be a power structure, which means that the old model is getting everything that it can, and Trump and Netanyahu are juicing the network and asset stripping for all they can by pumping the final war machine, combined with the fact that the GCC released their plan and exactly how they want to, how they're going to have peace and how they're going to normalize under a two-state solution. But the mafia network is trying to get more money out of it and the final juice, which is why they paid Trump to deliver the final narrative, the final part of the clean break plan written by Netanyahu, which is war with Iran, and why the Middle East might be able to prevent that happening, but they want to rinse some assets out of everybody before they do that with the wartime narrative. They just need to kill a few more people. So the neocons, the neocons that essentially profit from war and are the prostitutes of the military-industrial complex, the big pharma complex, the banking complex, and the lobby, they're in collision with each other, which essentially is the technocrat faction versus the old model of creating all of these weapons. They need to sell all of these weapons. They need to escalate, and then they need to transition to the technocrat version of this AI warfare. So when you look at their balance sheet, the defense contracts are basically rejection of the Middle East. There's getting less and less contracts in the Middle East, which is evidence that the proof of weapons network has a different plan for the Middle East from my side when I follow the money. The defense companies also, they have significantly diversified basically from, their products and services to cyber security. So now they're getting into the cyber security, which is why Palantir is currently 60% of their revenue in terms of its valuation. It's earnings per share of 60x. They're also getting into aerospace. They're also getting into artificial intelligence. And they're doing other domestic services. So they are focusing on cybersecurity warfare, artificial intelligence warfare, and that plays into the power structure of the surpluses of the sovereign wealth of the Middle East, which is why they're investing in both China and America so that they can have the cryptocurrency or Bitcoin clearing network and Bitcoin capital markets to control the flows in a tax-neutral jurisdiction based upon all those contracts that are being secured, and everything has shifted over to Europe and Asia Pacific. It's not lucrative to create violence in the Middle East anymore. The neocons are just pushing narratives as prostitutes of the lobby groups, and it is for this reason why everybody still thinks that the Zionism narrative will win, because when we cover the geopolitical side, Zionism is a key element of the war machine to divide and conquer between the religious bases so that you are psyoped into believing that people are fighting for something else. But the Zionism narrative of believing that you need is going to be wiped out slowly but surely because it's no longer useful to those that control the vast weapons of the proof of weapons network. But Israel is fighting for its survival to keep that ideology going, and Trump and Netanyahu are working very closely together to fulfill that. Now, Israel first is not the same as America first, which is why America first may be releasing files that expose the old model, And we'll cover more about that in the geopolitical section. And so it is for that reason why I have hope right now that the old model of the mafioso, Zionist, mob-controlled vision of the proof of weapons network is imploding itself. And the reason that it will be phased out after this final push is because at the end of the day, the proof of weapons network follows capital. And capital needs to control both sides of the ideology. And that is the stablecoin CBDC and the technocratic the CBDC, the EU CBDC rather, that I covered in part 1, and the technocratic stablecoin standard that America is doing so that the billionaires can asset strip middle class America. And so if you look around at some of the announcements that are happening, the EU announced that it's going to provide 2.5 billion to rebuild Syria. So that is the EU pushing the war machine, America transitioning that over so that the money goes back into America. Now, how do you control those flows? You control those flows through tariffs. And so you enrage a tariff war. And if you think it's Trump that's doing it and not the proof of weapons network that has paid Trump to do it, suddenly everything's shifting to the new model when you follow the money. So what is Trump going to be tariffing through reciprocal tariffs on the 2nd of October? Sorry, the 2nd of April, because it didn't want to do April Fool's Day. Steel and aluminium. If you're British, aluminum if you're American. Now, that's going to cost the exports of liquid natural gas in America a lot because America's a net importer. And it also produces. And so this is going to increase prices within America, which is why I believe that this is not an America first policy. This is the corporate interests recollaborating the relationships so that it can push Canada, Europe in different directions, Mexico in different directions, and force America into regional power, which no longer needs the violence of the Middle East, because the Middle East is now getting more and more board seats on companies like BlackRock and more financial leverage in both America and China. So that's where the future is determined by these surpluses as well. And so we also saw an announcement that China liquid natural gas, it passed through the Red Sea for the first time while America is pounding the Houthis. So America is escalating the war on that side, and yet China oil is allowed to LNG is allowed to pass through the Red Sea. But why isn't other American and Israeli shipments allowed to get through? This is because the proof of weapons network is recollaborating and saying that these wars are attacks on these regions, but supporting other regions. Because none of these institutions, the Fed isn't America first, the ECB isn't Europe first. These are just constructs of asset stripping the middle class America through the proof of weapons network. And so I believe that this is a last minute desperation for Israel. And I'm going to cover exactly what that is through the JFK files. And there is a little bit of tension that we're seeing in the announcements as well, because Israel is now desperately holding on. So it's aligning, or it wants Turkey to fall right now, because Turkey paid for, when you follow the money, the rebel groups in Syria that then paid for ex-ISIS and al-Qaeda leaders to be in charge. And Israel is trying to hold on and occupy more and more of Syria. So it needs to weaken Turkey, which is paying for those groups. But the US doesn't want Turkey to be weakened because it wants to keep propping up Syria, but not allow it to be more strong, because America has its own interests, which is the Kurds, which are occupying the oil and wheat. But Israel wants to take over, whereas America wants it to be a vassal state. So Turkey becomes the key money to follow. And this is why America first is no longer Israel first. They are on polar opposites for the first time. Israel was always about propping up the dollar and creating death and destruction for the benefit of the American mob. The proof of weapons network is making that shift right through everything, and I'll keep following the money and I'll update the narrative. You can't follow what the politicians are saying. You can't follow what Netanyahu, what Trump is saying. You can't follow what the media is telling you. You have to follow the financial flows to understand how it works. So what I want to do in the macro section is transition from, now I've given you an example of how I analyze, transition to giving you how the proof of weapons exactly works. And then we'll do the third part 3 on the geopolitical section and the major confirmations that came from the JFK files, which lead to a very, very interesting time. Okay. So what is the proof of weapons network? I wanted to get it down on notes and help you understand exactly what I mean, because some people are confused. There's a term I created based upon the Bitcoin proof of work network. Bitcoin proof of work is a speculative attack on central banking by using electricity to create geopolitically neutral proof of work that powers a fixed supply hard money digital currency called Bitcoin that you can own, spend, and beat the oppression and beat every asset by slowly accumulating it, by changing your preferences away from debt and over to savings. It is a blessing that came from 2008, and it takes down the central banking proof of weapons network. So what is behind the proof of weapons network? It was constructed from the Bank of England, handed over to the Federal Reserve, and it is a network of entities that came from that mafia-style debt-based Ponzi scheme in order to persuade the British government to fight wars when it was created in 1694 and provide the capital for the expansion of the British Empire. It's basically a group of entities and individuals who basically exert significant influence over all of the different global financial systems. And they do that through capital markets, which is, bonds, which is government loans and corporate loans, capital markets, which is shares in public companies, banks, which are the creators of the fiat currency, and they get to create the digital dollars, the digital euros, and the digital pounds. Asset management, which is able to take all of your money and pool it together through a pension scheme, endowment fund, insurance scheme, the wealth management industry, and take control over your shares so that they can exert interest through multilateral institutions like the large, massive corporations that are not aligned with any one country. And they tend to have come from the Federal Reserve and Bank of England network because there was no cap on how big you can get. So if you can get close to the central bank, you can borrow at 0%, accumulate the assets, and then buy the government through lobby and become more powerful than the government. The Elon Musks, in terms of the influential individuals that have weaponized the proof of weapons network to control vast wealth. It's basically a network of financial institutions, central banks, which regulate the system and make sure that there's always the bailouts of its shareholders, sovereign wealth funds, hedge funds, and basically ultra high net worth individuals that were handed the gift of being able to control these networks that tend to have been created by the military industrial complex. Talking about applications like Google. I'm talking about, GPS applications, all of the components behind iPhones that require, taking rare earth minerals through violence in African nations that has those minerals that are component parts. They basically shape the global economy through kind of investment flows. It's like a network that's not necessarily global and coordinated where they sit in an office, but there is unwritten rules where they coordinate through the investment flows. And then there are different types of meetings where they set the agendas and then they decide to influence policy through campaign financing and various other things. They influence the future of which direction the economy goes through capital allocations. And they are basically a bunch of key players in this proof of weapons network. The most vital player in the proof of weapons network is the founder of the system, which is the central banks. Currently, the most important central bank is the Federal Reserve, because it has successfully transitioned the dollar into a debt-based Ponzi scheme. It used World War I in order to take the Federal Reserve and get the government deep into wartime debt, create the Soviet Union and communism, transition and take over the debt-free monetary systems like Germany, Japan, and Italy, tell them that they are the ones that need to be wiped out because of their policies, so that then they can take those economies and replace it with debt-based central banks and create this global network of central banks. Then if you can take Europe that was destroyed from World War II, occupy those nations through the central bank, the root of it was the Bank of England, and then the third attempt at a central bank in America, then you can take over the European economies through the European Central Bank. And the base of the whole system was the Bank of England. And then you have this constant flow of 0% interest debt that benefits the capital markets through banks like the Bank of Japan, and various other networks which are part of the post-World War II monetary system. Then whenever you want to make changes, you have a small number of people that sit around in the central bank and determine the monetary policy. And then they publish that monetary policy, which is an indication of how to control the short-term interest rates, and through the bond markets, the long-term interest rates, so that they can have complete control over asset stripping all the real estate through the banks, influencing politicians, and basically influencing all of the global liquidity through these small networks of central banks that control the currency. And what it does is it transitions all systems into neo-communism. Whether it's getting the government deep in debt, making the government bigger and bigger in America, fighting more and more wars, and having a neo-fascist, technocrat type of system like America, or a capped CCP capitalism system like in China that won't allow a company to get bigger and they become part of the governments, or a sacrificial lamb like Europe, or a region like the Middle East that you have forever wars in order to make sure that the central banks get more power and those countries can't unify around their oil. And you coordinate that through the construct of World War I, which was the Bank for International Settlements. That was a mechanism for confiscating all of the gold from Britain, from Germany, from Russia, and transferring it over to America, Fort Knox, and the Federal Reserve, which is about to go, how do you say, America, you're no longer powerful? You do an audit of Fort Knox. And so you, through your influence mechanism and your campaign financing, control the politician, Trump, which is going to audit Fort Knox, so that you can say, well, it's all there if you want a regional power to have more control, or it's not there if you want to weaken the dollar and change and recollaborate the capital flows. And so these corporations and central banks, they're all controlled through the Bank for International Settlements in Switzerland. And then you have all of the large asset managers and investment firms, which all have shared shareholders, which are able to influence the share votes through a couple of ways. By having things like ETFs, you can control how much voting access you get. And by creating that, and by having more share access, you get board seats. And for example, when BlackRock, through Larry Fink, wants to say everyone needs to care about ESG, so you can weaken Europe, you can stimulate China, which was building all of the renewable energy products. Europe, which required cheap energy and gas from Russia, you can suddenly sacrifice Europe, and then you can persuade Europe to drop the ESG narrative and have someone like Trump that says it was a scam. And now Europe is in recession. because they were transitioning their manufacturing base around energy, and now they're addicted to America. And if you want America to have less power, you can say, right, we'll blow up that pipeline and America provides the gas. That weakens Europe because now they get inflation. Or you can allow some of the Russian gas to get through, and you can strengthen that. Why? Because they agreed to have a war machine. So now the profits come back to us, and they agreed, like good people, to put $1 trillion into the flows of the military industrial complex companies. So how do you get that control? Companies like BlackRock, who have an artificial intelligence algorithm called Aladdin, that the Federal Reserve and the governments and the central banks are using to determine which banks to wipe out and hand over to the shareholders of the Federal Reserve, like JP Morgan. Also Vanguard, State Street, the controllers that collectively manage trillions and trillions in assets. And then they're able to coordinate and make it look a bit more decentralized as well. It's kind of like OPEC, where they're more transparent about their cartel. But here they try to fool you into thinking that there is no cartel because they want you to believe that you got fake capitalism when the Federal Reserve took all of the capitalism away from America. But you always need a boogeyman of communism to make sure that you can fight those forever wars, of course, for their profit. But anyway, they're able to exert massive influence into global markets, bond markets, capital markets, real estate markets. And they do that through passive investing. They say, because you can't predict the markets and we can change the markets as we wish, you just buy an ETF and then you hand over your money to BlackRock, and then they can dominate through passive investing, where you print money that devalues your wealth. And then it takes some of that pension and puts it in their ETF products. And then their ETF products tries to make you outperform inflation so that those that have the assets are able to get slightly ahead. But those that have the leverage of borrowing from the central bank, i.e. those institutions, they can asset strip an economy like the UK. Remember when Liz Truss came in? Liz Truss came in and said, we want to do more capitalism. We're going to support those that need subsidy for their gas because pensioners are dying because they can't afford heating after the CIA pushed Putin into the war with Ukraine. And because of that inflation, our pensioners can no longer do it. And so Liz Truss comes along and says, right, we'll support pensioners by subsidizing their heating. And we're also going to have massive corporate cuts. And immediately that crashes the UK gilt market, creates a run on the pension system, and the Bank of England comes and does a bailout and overthrows and regime changes Liz Truss for exerting exactly what she was paid to do through this influence network. And then you get Boris Johnson in. His goal is to usher in COVID and do the lockdowns. And then he gets fired because the media network says, oh, he violated the COVID restrictions. And then you get Rishi Sunak, whose job is to profit from selling the vaccine through Moderna, through his billionaire network, because he was part of Goldman Sachs. And he's one of the largest shareholders through his shell companies. And then as soon as he's done, you need to usher into the Israeli war machine, Keir Starmer, who was trying to put claims through a blackmail ring on Julian Assange because he created WikiLeaks. And WikiLeaks was exposing the military-industrial complex. So Keir Starmer becomes the one that is ushering in, we support Ukraine, so that he can then support Zelensky through the Bank of England in collateralizing all the loans through the International Monetary Fund, so that BlackRock now owns 40%, America asset strips Ukraine's rare earth minerals, and Europe gets the war machine, confiscates some of the money from Russia, and then Russia then gets to sell some of its gas to re-stimulate and control those capital flows by basically controlling the shares of all the major publicly traded companies by scamming you into moving away from your money through this network. They also get to control much of the real estate, push up the price, despite the fact that no one can afford to live anymore because their real wages are not increasing at the same rate as real estate. But those that get to lever up, like Trump, and through their networks to the proof of weapons network, they can borrow cheap And you cannot buy hotels in New York unless you are connected to the New York mob, unless you are connected to the mafia in some way. That then explains the Zionism side, because the Zionism side is essentially the Jewish mob, which is the financiers of the Italian mob, and the CIA is the network that allows all these different flows to exist. And then you can use private equity and hedge funds in order to decide, like long-term capital management, when to blow up the market so you can get vast amounts of bailout money and create more inflation and wipe out the middle class. And you can use your private equity in order to push up the price of real estate so that then you can package it up into a mortgage-backed security where the investment bank gets a fee, and then they sell it to your pension and your hedge fund, and then they insure it through a credit default swap, so that then when the Federal Reserve wants to wipe out Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers, because Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers were blackmail rings connected to Epstein, and JP Morgan was the banker of Jeffrey Epstein, you can wipe out all of that evidence, and JP Morgan gets to gobble it up through the artificial intelligence of Aladdin, which is the algorithm that the Federal Reserve is using for monetary policy, as well as the algorithm that the Treasury is using for fiscal policy. So if you have centralized algorithm, you can control fiscal and monetary policy, and America and these different European central banks just become vassal states for those that agree to adopt the central banking system of the Bank for International Settlements. And so in the private equity side, you have firms like deep state firms in the proof of weapon network, like KKR, like Apollo, like Blackstone, like Carlyle Group, like Bridgewater Associates, they can basically use the private equity market to wield reconstruction contracts on economies. They can do these large infrastructure projects. And that's why you need economic hitmen to topple those regions so that they can get the war that's needed, so they can get the manufacturing and infrastructure contracts funded through leveraged buyouts. Where does the leverage come? From controlling the central bank, because the mafia members of the private bank, they get a cut through their investments in private equity and alternative investments. So in order to construct those products, you need global investment banks. And you also need the creators of the fiat currency proof of weapons network, which is the commercial banks. The commercial banks designed the Bank of England system because it was a commercial bank when it started. And the Federal Reserve was designed by the creatures from Jekyll Island and the bankers that wanted to design the debt-based Ponzi scheme of the dollar. And so they are all shareholders in the Fed. And these are the JP Morgan Chases of the world. These are the Goldman Sachs. What can they do? They can change policies like Glass-Steagall that says, rather than allowing investment banks and retail banks to be separate, when you have a global crisis like 2008, Goldman Sachs can say, I'm no longer an investment bank. I'm now a retail bank, and it can get access to the bailout money because Larry Ellison, who is being funded by Trump in order to Operation Stargate, the AI network with $500 billion of government money, Larry Ellison was the one that said, let's separate, let's remove Glass-Steagall so that the investment banks can get bailout from the retail banks. Who else did that? Morgan Stanley. Who else is a shareholder of the Federal Reserve? Citigroup. What about the European banks? Deutsche Bank is in there as well. What about the Asian banks? HSBC, which was a construct of the British Parliament the British colonialists for the Bank of England network during the Opium Wars. And of course, Switzerland through UBS. And they play critical roles in the financial markets, constructing the products like the investment banking products and the monetary flows that are required to get the government deep in debt. They are deeply integrated with the central banking system and governments as well. So then you need Once you've got this construct of the Bank of England, World War I, Bank for International Settlements, World War II, IMF, World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund, then you have the dollar, which used to be backed by gold. You get World War II to get everyone off the gold standard and onto the dollar standard. Then you have the Vietnamese War in order to get everyone off the dollar standard backed by gold, and you default on the gold. And then you rinse the dollar through the global financial crisis, long-term capital management, the dot-com boom and bust through private equity to recollaborate assets until eventually the whole system implodes in itself. When the rich are so wealthy, they flee to the next jurisdiction and leave the plebs to fight amongst each other, to control the media through open borders policy, funding through NGOs, wars that make the refugee crisis, all of the things that you use different, things to do. But you need multilateral corporations in order to export it globally. So you need tech giants. These are things like Google, like Amazon, like Apple, like Microsoft, like NVIDIA, to control the hardware and the software. And then you need intelligence organizations like NSA that Edward Snowden talked about to make sure that the data is all being weaponized. That requires semiconductor chips. So you've got companies like in Taiwan, TSCM, and then that's now investing in America, which is going through my belief that America's being transitioned by the proof of weapons network into asset stripping itself into a technocracy and regional power. And then you've got the energy companies, which is deciding where the flows go. This is what the Ukraine-Russia side was. This is about the petrodollar. This is about the euro dollar. So who are the largest companies in there? Well, Saudi Aramco, that was a collaboration between America and Saudi Arabia, but Saudi managed to get its sovereign wealth and America removed its dependency upon Saudi Arabia. So it's become somewhat autonomous, but still controlled by the kingdom. In America, you have ExxonMobil, like these old school organizations. When the European did settler colonialism, ethnic cleansing, the pillaging of the local indigenous people, it was for the oil land, so that these organizations, and then they rewrite history. Exactly what's happening in Israel right now. You rewrite history, but we're in real-time information right now. Then they get to create these large organizations that can control those flows. And so where does ExxonMobil get its oil reserves? Well, mainly from the US, but also Mexico, which is why you need to weaponize the relationships with Mexico, Canada, Nigeria, Iraq, Kazakhstan, Papua New Guinea, the Chad, Brazil. And that's why you need these deep state intelligence agencies that create regime changes to ensure that the resources are being used to prop up the dollar system. And they're like a mob. They don't care about how many people die. They don't care about atrocities. They use exactly what you're seeing in Gaza right now. And they use the media in order to cover it up to make you think it's something different. And then obviously they use psyops in order to make you divide and conquer and think you're in religious wars and various other things. It's also like the remnants of the British Empire, Shell, which gets its oil from Nigeria, from US, from Mexico, Brazil, UK, Norway, Oman, Kazakhstan, Iraq, Malaysia, Brunei, UAE, and Canada. Then you've got the remnants of the French Empire and the French colonialists. And so you can see where the atrocities are happening and the covert regime changes, like Total, which has still got large influence, which is shrinking at the moment because China started investing in Africa and BRICS started unifying against the French colonizers. So now they're having to exit. But this is regions like oil from Nigeria, Angola, Libya, Brazil, UAE, Iraq, Russia, US, UK, Norway, Congo. Why there's an M23 insurgent right now. Why Trump ordered, strikes on Somalia. Why suddenly you hear about ISIS, the Israeli intelligence service, as revealed in the JFK files that we'll be going through right now. And then you've got other British ones like British Petroleum. That was what created the Iran situation right now. We were colonizing Iran and we replaced a democracy with a dictatorship. And then when they wanted to nationalize their oil, they had an Iranian revolution to try and nationalize their oil. And the British, the CIA, and MI6 did a coup in order to overthrow it. These are the global controllers of the proof of weapons network. It requires controlling the flows of weapons, which is mob and mafia controlled, and using the money printing in order to have wealth extraction for big consumer giants, whether it's Nestle, Unilever. They all hold significant economic and political sway in the proof of weapon network. Now, the one that decides a shift in power is the surplus countries. So the ones that build the sovereign wealth by unifying, which is what, you know, the Norways, the UAEs, the Saudis, eventually they become powerful enough, or you get economic power like China, where you've got $1 trillion surplus through its manufacturing base, where you get to set the world order and dictate the flows of capital and change the world order. And so just like when England was rinsed by the Bank of England and it was no longer useful unless the assets are left, the same can happen to America in this network. And so you have sovereign wealth funds, the biggest ones. I've covered this in previous Bitcoin Hard Talks. They're basically state actors that have generated wealth. That means you don't need to tax your people as much. Some keep all the wealth for security and still tax, like Norway. The Norway Government Pension Fund is one of the huge contributors. China Investment Corporation, huge influence on the world order. Saudi Public Investment Fund, PIF. The Abu Dhabi Investment Authority. These all have massive influence in shaping the world order, and because they have massive reserves and financial reserves, where they can say, right, we want peace in the Middle East right now, so we'll invest 1.4 trillion over 10 years in America's AI and China's AI. And then that gets to reset the order where they can say, right, now America, stop funding Israel, and we need to stop the petrodollar, and we need to normalize in the region because it's our turn to boom. And then all of the capital flows realign accordingly, and the weapons go to the place. Remember I said earlier, it's gone to Europe and Asia Pacific, where they need to create the violence. And so then you can start to flow and see the investment flows change. They basically deploy all of their capital strategically for geopolitical leverage. The ultra high net worth people, if they agree to bow down to the mob, if they agree to do things like, you know, vow allegiance and accept APAC money if you're a politician, or Elon Musk, you agree to give all your data to the back end of Israel and adopt their cybersecurity, KYC, and monitoring systems, or you work with Trump and get all of that data so that it goes through that network. These ultra high net worths, they're able to use military government created technology from the proof of weapons network and play billionaire genius entrepreneur and have all of these companies and everyone bow down to them. They have dynamic wealth. So if they don't bow down to the vision, then suddenly you can wipe out their wealth, which is why you get, you know, blackmail rings to try and say, right, you're no longer allowed wealth, but we're going to hand it over there. So if Elon stops playing to the vision of the proof of weapons network, then he gets wiped out through the controls and flows of global capital. They can say, we'll lever up Tesla, and now we're transitioning to, you are now a right wing. You're no longer a climate change person. And because you're right wing, then all the left people are going to wipe out the brand of Tesla, wipe out the share price of Tesla. And then we can move to China being able to sell more electric vehicles at a cheaper rate. Because Elon, you have a purpose and you have to follow our plan, and we'll make sure that you get a manufacturing base in Germany. So please support the transition of a regime change to the ADF. And you can get a manufacturing base in Mexico. So please support America First tariffs. And you can rebuild in China, and you can get the cheap manufacturing part, and you'll be able to get some of these semiconductor chips that you need. This is how you control the flows. Now, it's not a perfect science, but the billionaire families are the ones on the top of the change, the ones that created the Bank of England in the first place. the ones that used the central banking system to control vast amounts of money creation for their banking empires. These are the Rothschilds that they'll tell you you're a conspiracy theorist and are no longer important. These are the Rockefellers. Some of their wealth has been distributed through public companies, but then that gets redistributed to the controllers of the public companies like the BlackRocks. So you can then shift the wealth as well. These are the Waltons and the Cox. Basically, all of the different types of wealthy families, the Morgans. The Morgans was a front man for the Rothschilds to make it look like there's an American front on top of the Federal Reserve. The Warburgs, these various different networks. And of course, you need the tech gurus and tech moguls like the PayPal mafia, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, which vastly benefited from COVID, get everyone locked up, wipe out middle-class business, and then you get to get everyone buying on Amazon. Mark Zuckerberg, if you can create censorship, don't allow anyone to have the big pharma narrative, censor that, and then you can get vast control. And now we're changing it where you're allowed to give them freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach, because you can't expose that network until the right time is there. The Larry Summers through Oracle. And these are the people that are getting America's money to build the AI warfare. And so they're the ones who were sat at the Trump inauguration, and they're being painted as the heroes of America first. We're winning, we're getting it back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry they lied to you, but this is how the proof of weapons network, having spent 25 years following these networks, they're able to influence markets through wealth concentration, and it requires wealth inequality in order to maintain the power, because they get access to the private investments. If you bow down to their network and you bow down to the mob, you got global financial institutions and organizations like the IMF. It needed World War II to create it. Economic hitmen that go around and create fake research to make you say, China's doing really badly, America's doing really well. Then you use that research and data to reallocate capital. And then they're doing a covert regime change, saying to people like Bukele, stop buying Bitcoin and take $3.5 billion of debt. We don't like the fact that you're getting independent, and we don't like the fact that you're building some of your 5G network with China, who's investing in your infrastructure. And Bukele says, no, this is what the IMF is for, debt slavery. And then you can take a country like Egypt and say, here's your puppet government, here's the money. We can collapse your currency at any time. We can export inflation, but you need to play down, because Israel says you need to block this border right now, so we need to bribe you. And if you stand against us and don't ethnically cleanse, then you're going to be weaponized, just like Lebanon was. Lebanon was basically destroyed. They're installing a puppet government right now because they weren't doing what they're told. The World Bank was another construct of that. Regulate currencies. The IMF was created to say, everybody go off the gold standard. Only America's going to have a gold standard. Why? Because they benefited from the industrial base of funding World War II and not getting their land blown up. Now, if you want to coordinate and you want to meet and you want to execute, decide things like how do we dictate the capital flows, you have organizations like the World Economic Forum. And the World Economic Forum is to say, now we're going to do open border policies, set up NGOs, and fund the different types of agendas and policies. If we want this person to go to prison and we have veto power over our ally going to prison, like Netanyahu, we use the United Nations. And when we don't want the United Nations to be useful, Trump just sanctions the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice. But it can still be used against when Putin needs to be Hitler, or we need to get those brown people or black people that are dictators because they're corrupt, because we're paying them to be corrupt through funneling weapons through this network, through the proof of weapons network. Through these organizations like UN and World Economic Forum, they set policy frameworks. They influence how capital moves globally. And you have things like the Financial Stability Board in order to get your policy that supports your the proof of weapons network adopted globally. And if you don't do it, you get sanctioned and you get blacklisted. So then you need organizations to coordinate compliance and regulations so that they can use, we'll call this person a terrorist because they're resisting against our illegally funded group like Al Qaeda through our capital flows, because we can rent these mercenaries and then we can use that in order to control regulations and basically manage the risk of capital flows and which countries go. And then you can unify it through organizations like the Financial Action Task Force and OFAC, which is then implementing the sanctions list of who is against the agenda of the proof of weapons network, who's for it, who's resisting. And this is basically how they control the whole system. And what is the top, the very, very top of the chain? It is monetary policy that gets its power through debt. And that's why they needed a debt-based Ponzi scheme called the banks get to create fiat currencies every time they issue a loan, because the interest to repay doesn't exist. So you need to create more debt to pay off the old debt. What's Trump doing? Using financial weapons of mass destruction that he's paid to implement by a larger proof of weapons network so they can reduce rates and decide the next flow of capital as America restructures its debt to send more money for the profits of the military industrial complex. So central banks are able to regulate the flow of interest rates to determine how much credit banks create and how much liquidity and inflation there are. And you can create a liquidity crisis when you want to asset strip, and you can create inflation when you want to create wealth inequality. And all you got to do is make people believe that those bankers that are sitting around are doing the right thing for America because they want to support financial stability, and they want to support full employment, and they want to support stable markets, even though all they do is destable markets. And so there's that network. They basically have passive ownership of the economy, and the organizations that control the shares, as we said, that's the BlackRock, the Vanguards, and the State Street. They indirectly control the majority of all the global public companies. And whenever you need to deleverage or re-leverage a system, you use the private equity leverage buyouts constructed by the investment banks and market consolidation. If you want to wipe out someone like Lehman Brothers, you create an over-leverage, and then you blame someone like Iceland, which was over-leveraged, and now with all these leverage buyouts because the investment banks took over the island. And private equity companies can basically provide the capital to restructure and monopolize when there's crisis, and they get the assets on the cheap. You get political and regulatory influence through lobbying. So those that control the capital, they made sure that the laws are in place where you can rent the Congress, you can rent the Senate, you can rent the Parliament, because they need campaign funding. And then you have NGOs and networks to cipher off money, like USAID, and then when you want to change governments, you use the National Endowment of Democracy. And then you use the funneling of media network when those networks took over. And then you can globalize and you can control all the free trade agreements and coordinate on those things and all the policies to enable capital to flow exactly where you want it to flow. And they tend to be shareholders. The same types of chosen people tend to be shareholders in these different networks. While you can restructure labor movement if you choose, you can decide when artificial intelligence takes over. You can use it and the whole system requires, the base of the system is a debt-based Ponzi scheme through a central bank that was created by the Bank of England and exported globally. Debt is the drug. And right now, the Fed is the base layer of ciphering off middle-class America and exporting dollars and inflation globally, which is all propped up by wealth concentration, control the flows, which is how the system is designed. And then you decide the resource flow, who gets to flow the gas, who gets to flow the oil, who gets to buy the weapons, who doesn't, who gets to be regime changed, and who gets to have a fake democracy. And how do you exert that? You do that through intelligence agencies. And who are intelligence agencies? They're the mafias. They're the deep state. And they basically control the distribution and share of all the global wealth and all of the resources. It's basically you achieve it through the financialization of each of the different parts of the ecosystem, and you essentially tokenize everything. That's why they came up with what they want to tokenize everything. BlackRock now wants to tokenize everything. And the resistance against it, as I said, is the peaceful proof. There's the peaceful proof of work. They're tokenizing houses, so you can't afford your house, and they can. They're tokenizing healthcare so that they can create markets. They're creating carbon markets so that you can tokenize climate change. They're now creating central bank dependencies so they can launch central bank digital currencies to the ones that allow it to happen. And basically, it is needed that you need highly dependency upon the central bank system until basically a few people are able to make the changes, make the interventions. And when they decide it's now time to shift to artificial intelligence, they can use asset price inflation to drive those essentially global impacts or global agendas. Is financial capital that is used as a weapon. Sanctions control the flow as another financial weapon of mass destruction. And it's economic warfare and currency wars, all structured through these organizations like the IMF that can adjust the programs. And you have different people that are changing the power structure. Like the Belt and Road Initiative is a different power structure. It's an authoritarian power structure, but a different power structure that is based upon rebuilding rather than destruction and war of the proof of weapons network. But Bitcoin changed everything for all of us. And so, as I discussed in part one, you have the technocratic stablecoin standard, the authoritarian central bank standard, and you have proof of work, which wants you to hold your Bitcoin with those within the proof of weapons network, because they couldn't defeat us because we now got 800 exahashes. So we need now, our resistance is to, we've already decentralized money you can own, money you can spend, and money that beats the central banking network to make that over time has historically made you more wealthy. But now you need to beat, as we said in part one, we created at least an exit from the proof of weapons network. But now we need to do that for artificial intelligence. We need to do that for social. We need to do that for identity, for stable coins, because the base layer of the entire proof of weapons network is actually the mob, the mafia. It never went away. The crimes against humanity are being convicted upon people through the very same network that assassinated JFK. And now, in order to change the global power structure, we're getting file drops, which is what also makes me believe that Israel is no longer useful. And we're going to have a movement towards a more peaceful Middle East, because it was revealed in the JFK files that we're going to be covering in the geopolitical section, everything that we've already covered on Bitcoin Hard Talk. The same things that got us censored, where YouTube would no longer rank us. And so I need you to be able to share my channel, like the channel, put comments, and help me get to the 100,000 subscribers so I can go to YouTube and say, I got evidence that the things that I was talking about are now true because the files have actually been released. And so please help me get to that, because we're going to now move into part 3. We have done this week in Bitcoin and shared how the central banking authoritarian CBDC system and the technocratic stablecoin system and the peaceful resistance proof of work is shaping up, and the exahashes behind it. In the macro section, we covered what is happening this week in macro, and I gave a full and comprehensive explanation how the proof of weapons network works. We're going to break this up into videos so I can share it with people. And now in part 3, let's take a look around the world at the geopolitical section And I'm going to start by diving deep into what was revealed in the JFK files so that you can understand the importance of resisting against proof of weapons. Because the crimes against humanity that are inflicted by this system has never been more apparent, and it even goes down to assassinating presidents for the proof of weapons network. So we're going to go through that in part 3. Do me a favor, like, share, subscribe, hit a comment below, and we're going to move in. I'm just going to have some water, and then we're going to jump into part 3 this week in geopolitics. Okay, welcome to part 3 of Bitcoin Hard Talk, episode 75. We're going to be discussing the JFK files and how they relate to what I covered in part 1, the proof of work network, which was the resistance against the mafia-controlled mob system, of proof of weapons, which I covered in the macro section in part 2, which explains exactly how the proof of weapons network is constructed. Now, in part 3, the geopolitical section, the backbone of the proof of weapons network is controlling the flow of weapons in order to have a perpetual debt cycle Ponzi scheme, which is able to be inflicted through war, death, and destruction. And if you don't bow down to that agenda, you either get put in debt slavery and your wealth wiped out, or you get blackmailed through networks, and I'll cover some of the covert operations that we've always covered. Or if you're at the top of power and you're no longer doing what the proof of weapons network needs you to do, then you get taken out. And that's exactly what happened to JFK. So this week, the Trump administration, after a big pushback and a kerfuffle, where they said they're going to release the files because it was part of the political promise, and then they employed a Zionist cabinet that is doing the bidding of propping up the proof of weapons network. And then because of that promise, we had this big fight against it. There was delays in releasing the files. And then there were the intelligence agencies that were going through them radically and saying, you need to redact this, you need to redact that. And then eventually the files were dropped, and there were little nuggets in there that leaked because we got the collective intelligence of all of our people that were now connected, and we're able to share and crowdsource the research together. So what I want to do is I want to cover what is important that came from basically 80,000 pages of files on the JFK assassination. And many of these were already released. Some of them were released unredacted, and others had redacted files. And so you're able to reverse engineer the redacted files using the unredacted files. And there were little gems in there, which, depending on which side of the ideology, if you're a Trump guy and you think that he's here to save the world and he's the Messiah, like some people think, then you'll say, yeah, he's playing 12D chess and he allowed those nuggets to get in to expose the system. Or if you're from another side, you might say it's just incompetence, that they tried to redact as much as they could, but that actually got through. Or you could say that the proof of weapons network is changing the world order, and so therefore it wants to control the flows of capital, as I described in This Week in Bitcoin and the proof of weapons network, the macro section, in order to weaken certain elements to push other capital flows, which is what I think is more likely, is that Trump has been bought to service the agenda of the proof of weapons network, and the proof of weapons network is changing the world order. And that's why there is a slight expose on Israel, because Israel first is no longer America first. And the proof of weapons network wants to change the world order to have peace in the Middle East, which requires ending the Zionist narrative that was propped up in order to get the destabilization needed. So, redacted from the JFK files. Immediately, you have to ask yourself, who was requesting the redactions? Well, when it showed the redaction, it said who requested the redactions. And guess what? There was only one intelligence agency that requested the redactions before they were dropped. And it is the Israeli intelligence service otherwise abbreviated to ISIS, which is also the funder of that group, in order to create the destabilization that is needed to destabilize the region and create the fake war on terror 2.0, which was a mind control, media control narrative to be able to justify wars to suit the military industrial complex. But what do they need you to think? They need to think it is what are the two things? The terrorists, the communists. So the terrorist narrative wasn't good enough to get there, so they pushed on the communist narrative. So if you were listening to the spaces of those agents that kind of are paid to defend Israel, which is a construct that I'm going to share with you that led to the assassination of JFK, you had lots of people talking about how Lee Harvey Oswald went and visited the Soviet Union, and it was Russia, Russia, Russia. And of course, they were fighting communism through the Cubans, and they were trying to get weapons over to the anti-Castro Cubans. Or it was the drug trafficking rings in Mexico. And they released through that the CIA was connected to it. Why? Because the people that created the JFK film, the ones that control Hollywood, were the ones that said, let's blame CIA, but let's never mention Mossad. Let's never mention that, because that is the backbone of the mob activity that led to the assassination of JFK, allegedly. And so there were lots of red herrings that tried to take you down: the Cubans, the Russians, the Mexicans, Lee Harvey Oswald. You have to just ask yourself a question. When you follow the money and understand proof of weapons, you'll never fall for that stuff. And so why would, if it was the enemies of America or the reported enemies of America, why would they cover up for them? They would have released the files right away if it was the Russians, the Soviet Unions, the Cubans, and the communists, or it was, the Mexican drug cartels. If they're the enemies, then they would have released it. So then you have to ask yourself, who was it? And then obviously you go through some of the history that we've covered in previous. And I'm going to do a recap of some of the history that helps you understand exactly what the CIA, the Mossad operations, and who's involved in the assassination of presidents. So if you have done any reading of history, this isn't exactly a secret. You will know that the CIA was created from an MI5 network at the same time as the wars, at the same time as in the shift in power from the Bank of England to the Federal Reserve, to the whole network that I covered in part 2. I'm not going to repeat it again. And that was also involved in operations for the collaboration with the CIA supporting corporate interests, with the largest interest being the mob and the mafia. And so drug trafficking was allowed to happen and all of these different things because the CIA was protecting corporate interest, not state interest. They made you think that it is state interest, but it was actually corporate interest and the proof of weapons network that we talked about in part 2. Okay, so once you know that it is very well documented because the CIA went through revealing that. And you can go onto the CIA website, you can read the declassified documents, and you know that there is controversy after controversy. The CIA they're not an America First organization. They protect corporate interests. They are a network across Britain, Israel, and UK that protect corporate interests through crimes against humanity. To give you an example, I'll just reveal some of the operations so you can stop saying I'm a conspiracy theorist, so that if we can get to 100,000 subscribers, I can show how these operations are actually already published in the public domain. To give you an idea, there was an operation Ajax, Operation Ajax. That happened in 1953. This is when the CIA overthrew Iran's democracy, and they elected a prime minister, a dictator. They overthrew it because they wanted to move the system, and they wanted to prevent the nationalization of oil, because the British government with MI6 needed the oil to create British Petroleum. If you want to understand how drug trafficking actually works, again, declassified files. I'm not talking about my speculation. I've got lots of speculation because I know how these things work. I've studied them and I've followed the money. But if you want an example of a CIA-backed criminal drug trafficking declassified document, look up something called the Contra cocaine trafficking affair, 1980s. So, 45 years ago. Is that recent enough to know that this stuff still happens? CIA declassified documents that the CIA was supporting the Nicaraguan cocaine dealers who were essentially trafficking drugs into America. Because the reason that cocaine got into America was because the old MI6 networks, the ones that created the opium wars, the ones that colonized India to take over the poppy fields, the opium fields, they needed those drugs to get into America because the CIA is a mafia. And so they needed the drug trafficking, and that was a declassified document, the Contra affair. They were taking that money and they were using it to earn money by selling weapons as well to Iran as they executed funding both sides of the Iran war and the Iraq war that led to mass atrocities, the stealing of all the gold, and the escalation when Saddam Hussein felt he was betrayed by the CIA because they decided to fund the Iraqi war and weaponize through the fake narratives of weapons of mass destruction to persuade Americans to kill over 1.3 million Iraqi civilians in order to make sure that you could take over those vast resources. If you want, not even a conspiracy theory, but I think it's getting pretty clear, sex trafficking rings. You know that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell with her father, the Maxwell family that was a Mossad agent, Jeffrey Epstein was installed in order to blackmail a network, and it was a Mossad operation in order to gain control for the mob, for the mafia, over different components of influence. And so they used it in order to blackmail politicians, like they used Bill Clinton in order to make sure that there was no two-state solution when he was negotiating the Oslo Accords in Norway, blackmail business leaders, blackmail royal family, and be able to blackmail them, have control, have tapes. And we know that those tapes, my speculation, allegedly are in Tel Aviv. And so they release some of the files, and those files make it very, very clear when you read between the lines and follow the money, that he was a Mossad blackmail, and that worked in collaboration with the CIA, because the CIA, after the assassination of JFK, was a hostile takeover of the economy to do the bidding of the Federal Reserve. Okay, what about weapons trafficking? Again, these are all declassified documents. Look up Operation Cyclone. This was between 1979 and 1989. This was CIA funded, and basically they were arming the the Mahadin. I still forget how to say that. The Mahadin militia, which is basically a group of fighters in Afghanistan. And this is the modus operandi with Al-Qaeda and ISIS, the Israeli intelligence service, where you basically take a group and they are bidders to the highest bidder. You get them to do things like go and behead people and fight a war on your behalf, so you don't need congressional approval because it would be unpopular, because the Constitution said you need to do a overt war rather than a covert war. And the president then can sign up with plausible deniability to have a CIA-backed regime that then gets weapons into these groups so that you can then get them to fight your war against the Soviet Union, which was the controversy there. And that's how you know that this led to the creation of CIA agent Osama bin Laden, and his group Al-Qaeda, which are open to the highest bidder, which right now are being used to be paid by Turkey, Qatar, US, Israel in order to overthrow the Assad regime, so that they can occupy the oil, implement regime change, and usher in the proof of weapons network globalist agenda. And what they do is they pay them to do things like, when you kill someone, say Allahu Akbar, so therefore we can then say it is the Muslims. And then you can create narratives through the psyops that make it look like these people are trying to kill Jewish people. And then you can persuade all of the population of Jewish people to think they're in a fight for their life, so that they go to Israel, join the IDF, and then they engage in ethnic cleansing because they think they're in a fight for survival. And they get supported by the narrative of controlling the media, changing things like the Schofield Bible in 1907, where the Zionists sponsored the spreading of a rewrite of the translation of the Bible to create evangelical Christians to reinterpret that a tribe is a country and you need to protect that country at all costs because the Messiah is going to return, and therefore you can get the proof of weapons network to back up and head over to this psyop of the mob that was created in order to create death and destruction and the profits of the military industrial complex. Please do not confuse this. This is a state. Israel is a state that was weaponized for this vision. And intelligence are a group of people. This is not anti-Semitism. This is not me saying because they create a psyop in order to fool the Jewish people. They create a psyop in order to confuse the Muslim people. They create a psyop in order to confuse the Christian people. And then they bribe through this bribery network to push up the narrative and create false flag operations, create fake terrorist attack even on their own people. Look at, if you want to know some of those, look at Operation Gladio. This was a CIA post-World War II operation that led up to the 1990s, where essentially you weaponize NATO, which we're told is a defense network, which is a sales machine for the mob and the military industrial complex to create covert regime changes by making you think that you're in a fight for your survival, you're in a fight against communism, you're a fight against the war on terror, and you can create these psyops. Basically, you can create a state, these false flag operations, and Operation Gladio. It was done across Europe in order to make you think that there was a Muslim invasion. It involved the CIA and open border policies, and MI6, and these are declassified, so that they could support a right-wing narrative in order to achieve these different groups. It was done in Italy. It was done in Germany as well, to make you think that it was done in Belgium. It was done in Germany, so that they can weaken economies by having these groups that make you think that suddenly you're in a fight for survival. So they do bombings, they do assassinations, they do fake terror attacks, and then what do? They blame it on the left and the Democrats, and they blame it on the Labour Party so that they can manipulate public opinion and get an uprising from people. They can have open border policies, all funded, all covert operations. They did it through an Israeli agent called Tommy Robinson recently. You know, they have atrocities that happen. They film it. It's happening all across Germany right now to try and make you think that you need to go to war with Iran. Just look at the old habits. It is still happening right now. In fact, the biggest one was 9/11. If you're telling me that you believe that there was a CIA agent called Osama bin Laden, and he was just a normal person working without intelligence, without the mob, without the mafia, and he figured out how to penetrate the largest, most protected powers, protected by the largest intelligence agencies, and take down 2 towers by taking over a plane. And that was just done by a bunch of people in a cave because they wanted to take away your freedom. And then suddenly there's a controlled demolition in Tower 7 there was no plane that crashed. And suddenly the Pentagon had documents that were wiped out with $2 trillion of documentation that was covering up atrocities. And the people that penetrated, before that, Mossad was given access, and they arrested an urban movers van that had all of the bombs that were in there that created the controlled demolition, and they were held in custody by the FBI. But then the redacted files of 9/11 that we're about to get, that were released before, they contain those names. And then 9 months later, the Mossad operatives said that they were there to document the falling of the towers because they knew about it before it actually happened. And Larry Silverstein, that bought it, a Zionist, 2 months before, and took out the very first insurance contract on terrorism and got $14 billion of payouts because it had asbestos, and therefore it was a bad investment, and the towers needed to be controlled, demolished. And so then you cooperated with groups that suddenly a Saudi Arabian passport appears in mint condition, so you know who they are. And those very same people were the very same Wahhabi people that were weaponized by intelligence agencies because they're illiterate and they're told what their religion is rather than actually reading the Quran. And then all of the Muslims are like, that's not in the Quran. What are they doing? All these crazy things which are against the religion. And then they're told that what you need to do is you need to say Allahu Akbar, because then pretend that you're doing it in the name of the religion, so that we can then use that narrative. And then we can execute our clean break memo that was written by President Netanyahu in his 1996 book, which told intelligence, and he came to Congress and said, you need to take out Sudan. You need to take out Libya. Libya wanted to create a Pan-African gold-backed currency. Sudan wanted to, you need to take out Iraq as well, because they were going to price gold. They were going to price their oil in gold, in the euro, and they had vast gold reserves. And you need to take out Iraq. You need to take out Syria. You need to take out Lebanon. You need to take out Sudan. And finally, you need to take out Iran. It's still being executed right now. This is all happening in plain sight. And how do you get narrative control? Look up, again, not conspiracy theories. These are declassified documents. They rely upon you not knowing. Look up Operation Mockingbird. Operation Mockingbird was declassified, an operation that happened between the 1950s and the 1970s. It was a covert CIA program and mind control initiative in order to take over the media and influence perception to make you justify your war by making you scared of certain things. And this media was essentially, they took over networks and they installed CIA operatives in order to be the news anchors and the talking heads. What is less documented in all of these CIA operations, though, is what we got when you really understand the proof of weapons network and how it works, is the connection between Israeli Zionism, which is a group of atheists that were part of the mob, and its connection to the mafia and that relationship and how that was used in order to create the state of Israel, to have a jurisdiction where you could actually get away with the crimes against humanity and execute these covert operations that were eventually became so powerful that they were weaponized against the weakened, in debt slaved America to take over its Congress, take over its Senate. And so if you are familiar with any of the geopolitical sections I've covered, you will know that when the Federal Reserve was created in 1913, it immediately led to World War I. And in 1917, you had a need to bring America into the war. So Walt Rothschild funded both sides. And Walt Rothschild was the one that received the Balfour Declaration. And the Balfour Declaration was a commitment by MI6 and the broke Winston Churchill and the UK government to bring America into the war under the control of the Federal Reserve in order to take over Palestine and use a narrative in order to export all of the Jewish people over there so that they would join the IDF and engage in terrorist activities like Haganah and various other things. This required control of media, control of narrative. This was the mob. This was the Jewish mob, which are the financiers, and then later had a partnership with the Italian mob after World War II that led to the creation of these things. It was the same Bank of England network that led to the transition to the Federal Reserve network. And out of that was the mob. And who were the mob? Well, Meyer Lansky, who was a Polish Jewish mobster, was essentially, and again, when I say Jewish mobster, I'm not talking about all the Jewish people and being anti-Semitic, as people will accuse. I'm talking about there was a Jewish mob, like there was an Italian mob. But what was the weapon that they created? Don't expose this. Don't talk about it. Operation Mockingbird was, we just need to say anyone that exposes it is anti-Semitic. And then we would mind control people into that in order to create this network. And basically you have useful idiots that don't know better, don't follow the money, all propping it up through the justification of their religion, the weaponization of their religion, which is why right now there's Jewish people protesting saying, I'm anti-Israel, not in my name, because they're following the money and they understand that I don't want to be connected to the Jewish mob and the Italian mob to create human trafficking rings and have a nation state that is committing a genocide right now and using Operation Mockingbird in order to make people think something's different and blackmailing people like Biden in order to say there were 40 beheaded babies, when anyone that's watched a documentary, Atrocity Inc. on my blog, would know that none of that was true. It was the same mob that created this atrocity propaganda in order to make you think. And then the UN publishes reports saying, no, there's no videos. It didn't happen. Everyone said it happened. But yeah, of course, there were deaths. There were the same groups that are funded in order to create these operations that led to the death. But then you can connect that to the Palestinian cause, justify a war, and do what you're doing right now. Weaponize the American side and the control over Congress through blackmail rings and lobby groups in order to justify and send money to the Italian mob and the Jewish mob by creating this network. And so if you don't know who Lansky is, Lansky basically ran the mafia. It was basically the mafia syndicate for about 40 years. It was done through a partnership between the Italian mob and the Jewish mob. And basically, he was the financier and the money launderer. And this led to the creation of lots of casinos and various other things in Las Vegas. It's all very well documented. This is the Jewish mob were basically financiers. And the Italian mob, through the partnership, the Jewish mob able to control various factions of the banks in order to do the money laundering. And then you need organizations that made up the construct of the proof of weapons network. The Italian mob were basically the muscles to execute it. And Israel was the jurisdiction that was needed, which was justified through the covert operations and the escalation and the history rewriting and narrative control that happened of World War I, which was a Bank of England consolidation of power to hand over power from UK, take over Palestine, hand it over to a Jewish mafia group through Walt Rothschild that brought in America to the war and create the nation state of Israel. And it was all done through terrorism, through settler colonialism, through ethnic cleansing, through forced flag operations and escalations, through narrative control, through war, and at its extreme, through genocide. And these are psyops to make you feel that if you're defending any of these things, you think you're going crazy. It was basically the way the Europeans founded the US and rewrote history. It's just the way it was done. They created Israel because they wanted to have a jurisdiction in order to transform the mob into a government. So then they could use all of the constructs of the post-World War II order, like the United Nations, like the International Monetary Fund, and they could prop up through, and they could get hold of this jurisdiction, and they could take any terrorism, because during this time, before 1948, Haganah, Likud, various other groups that will be covered that are part of the JFK assassination, they were able to reclassify terrorism as defense by having the United Nations rules and false flag operations. They were able to then use it by having jurisdiction that could launder money through these networks. And you could smuggle weapons in by controlling the networks through many of the declassified CIA operations, justify wars. And that's exactly how Israel was created. And so what happened in 1946? Remember, Israel was created in 1948. Zionism got its power in 1917 through MI6. Then there was a cooperation between the Jewish mafia and the Israeli mafia through the organization of Zionism and the justification of war through Rothschilds that were funding both sides of the war. In 1946, Bugsy Siegel, which was a member of the Jewish American mob, he opened up the Flamenco Hotel, which was a hotel in Las Vegas to launder money. And he was funded by Meyer Lansky and other mobsters. In 1946, who was going to be put and implanted as the original president or prime minister and the founder of Israel was David Ben-Gurion. David Ben-Gurion was a Zionist. He was involved heavily in the ideology, an atheist Zionist, weaponizing the Jewish faith in order to create these atrocities. He was basically the primary national founder and the first prime minister of Israel. He was born in Poland. He was deeply influenced by his father's Zionist beliefs. And that basically led him to immigrate into Palestine in 1906 and join false flag operations and terrorist groups in order to get to the point where you could use the United Nations after World War II in order to create false flag operations that led to the creation of the nation state, so that you could combine the Jewish mob and the Italian mob and have jurisdiction and protection to institutionalize it around nation states. So in 1946, David Ben-Gurion, he was basically sent to sorry, I wrote down all the names because I don't want to forget them for those that want to fact check it and do more research. Basically an Israeli mobster called Reuven Daphne. And by the way, I got all of this from combining my following the money with the work of other people like Ryan Dawson, who's done immense amounts of work and research. Credit to them. And Corey Hughes was somebody that I met when I met a Bitcoiner called, when you're a Bitcoiner, you meet all the interesting people, who I met through Tone Vase as well. And he spent like the last 7 or 8 years doing all this stuff. So I want to give credit to them. I've been studying it, but based upon their work as well, and then combining it with my follow the money stuff. Basically, he was a member of a pre-Israeli terrorist group called Haganah. And Haganah met with Bugsy Siegel. The member of Haganah, he met with Bugsy Siegel. And his job was to raise funds and to procure weapons in order to start ethnically cleansing the Palestinians so that it can be used in order to rewrite history and create mind control, narrative control around this being something that it wasn't. This was essentially the birth of the relationship between the Israelis, the US mafia, and it was headed up by the Jewish mob in order to create the finance, and the Italian mob in order to get the muscle. And there was a weapons manufacturing industry, drug trafficking, all of the institutionalization of these different crimes. David Ben-Gurion basically partnered with Rudolf Sanborn, and they basically would break into, basically after the World War II, they would break into the armories of post-World War II storage units. They would steal the weapons, and then they would send them to Israel in order to militarize the terrorist groups like Haganah and Irgun. And it was done via a company in Virginia called International armament corporation, commonly known as Interarms. I got to check the notes on this stuff, so I want to make sure I've got it so that anyone can go back and fact check it. Or it was called Interarmco as well. And this was a partnership with the mob in order to take those weapons, send them over to Israel in order to fund terrorism. And this was the creation of, the kind of the false flag operation and many of these ops that MI6, CIA, and Mossad did. The company was run by a CIA agent. His name was Samuel Cunnings. You can look up the history of Samuel Cunnings. And on the July the 1st, 1945, David Ben-Gurion basically had a meeting with Sonneborn, and it was in his apartment in New York. And this was leading to the formation of a secretive organization, you can look it up, known as the Sonneborn Institute. This group was basically was instrumental in producing and supplying arms to the Haganah group, which was a terrorist militia. Now you get to understand why these groups like ISIS, Al-Qaeda, it is a model that was formed during this time through some of the operations that I covered. And many of them were able to send these weapons that were going into, basically, they wanted to make you think that these weapons were going into the anti-Castro Cuban fight against communism. And so they create the control, used through control of media. They make you think, oh, we're fighting the communists. Remember, the communists were created through the Bolshevik Revolution, which was the Jewish mob as well, that used Marxist communism to overthrow the Tsar in Russia and replace it with the Soviet Union. The same money flows that created the Federal Reserve to have crony capitalism. And then you can have the Cold War and these endless wars fund both sides. And instead, they were essentially going to Israel in this time. And so hence, when you see the JFK file drops, loads of them were around Cuban red herrings. And so while that was fascinating, the Castro stuff, you know that is connected to the mob, but then it is all censored around the connection to Zionism and the Israeli intelligence service. Why? Because they still exist today. They are still being used with the same strategy today. And when you understand the pattern, you recognize that we are just in charge by the mob. They control our countries. And the mafia participated in an operation that JFK wanted to stop. And that was that they were stealing nuclear material from the US through Apollo, Pennsylvania, through a company called NUMEC, the NUMEC plant. And this was declassified in some of the documents it came through. So we knew this already, but now we got more and more documents around it. It happened in the 1960s, and there was an investigation that essentially revealed that there were massive discrepancies in the 400 pounds of enriched uranium that is required to have a military program inventory, and it was missing, and it was highly enriched uranium. It's called HEU, which is a very important resource if you want a nuclear program. And that was the actual weapons of mass destruction. And where was it going? It was going to Israel. And Israel, through covert operations, through Netanyahu and a terrorist party called Likud, I'll go through that as well, was the one that came to Congress on behalf of the Jewish mob and the Italian mob to say Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. Iran has weapons of mass destruction, but please go after Iraq first. And it was a complete covert operation to use military, the US military, to kill and massacre 1.3 million civilians, which was revealed through Bitcoin allowing to fund a website called WikiLeaks when Julian Assange was able to fight the financial blockade and upload all of the documents from whistleblowers that were showing the footage and the crimes against humanity that were being committed, which was in fact all an order from the Jewish mob and the Italian mob via the Israeli government and Mossad. And so what did JFK do? He started making accusations that this enriched material was diverted to an illegal nuclear financial weapon of mass destruction in Israel. And JFK wanted to put an end to it. And the US mafia oversaw the supply, basically the shipping, because remember, through Operation Paperclip, you had the mafia collaborating with the government, which led to the creation of the CIA. And so the ports were controlled by the mobsters, and they were allowing those weapons and the enriched uranium to get to Israel, because there was a partnership between the financiers, the Israeli mob, and the Jewish mob, and the Italian mob. And so the CIA basically was taking orders from Tel Aviv. And this is how it's always been. And this is how it is today. And this is exactly how the system still works. And so a gentleman called Mickey Cohen, he was the guy that created many of the gambling, money laundering industry, the extortion networks, and the racketeering, and basically the deep connections to both the Chicago mafia and the Jewish American mobsters. He was in prison at the time of JFK's assassination. And you've got to connect a few dots, because the Israeli intelligence service wanted to take away the names, but you can do a little bit of reverse engineering and see what the censorship tells you, because there was a guy called Alexander Gruber, and Alexander Gruber was the right-hand man of Mark Rubenstein, otherwise known as Mark Ruby. And Mark Rubenstein was taking orders from the Making Begum, and you can look all this stuff up. He was the creator of a party in Israel called Ergun. And that Ergun party is the same party that Benjamin Netanyahu represents today. It was a terrorist group called Ergun that was then changed into a political group called the Likud, that basically carried out false flag terrorist attacks against even British forces in occupied Palestine when the Brits were occupying it. And they blew up and escalated different things like King David Hotel in order to try and they were dressing up as Arabs to blame them, so that you could have a retaliation and a war that was backed by MI6, Rothschilds, the Italian mafia, the Jewish mafia, that led to the 1948 war. And what was the result of the 1948 war? You had the UN, which was a post-World War II construct, to recognize the state of Israel. And now you could repackage terrorism into the IDF. You could repackage the Haganah groups and the various other things. And you could have a state in order to get protection and use these different operations, just like the operations like the King David Hotel bombing. Look it up, in 1946, which essentially killed 91 people, British people, Jewish people, Arab people. It was a false flag operation. They dressed up as Arabs in order to blame the Arabs to escalate it to the war. Also, the Delf Yassin massacres in 1948 that led to the escalation and the retaliation. And then we're told that these people are trying to kill the Jews. This was the foundation of false flag operations and terrorism. Gruber, he met with Jack Ruby, otherwise known AKA as Jack Rubenstein. He met 3 weeks before the assassination of JFK. And Jack Ruby was the person that was a nightclub owner who shot and killed Lee Harvey Oswald and later was taken out. This is the guy that the accused of basically assassination of JFK was Lee Harvey Oswald. And what you can tell by looking at through this, that Lee Harvey Oswald was actually multiple impersonators. He was framed. He was a CIA agent as well. On November the 24th, 1963, he was the one with two shooters now that they now have revealed. was framed for the assassination of JFK. The first call that Jack Ruby made 3 days, immediately after, if you go through documents, was to Oswald. And so there's a direct connection there. And the direct connection was the arrest of Al Gruber. Oswald was a CIA fall guy. This was a very carefully controlled manipulation and narrative in order to wipe out JFK, because he was standing up against the illegal nuclear program and a couple of other things as well. There were multiple impersonators of Oswald. They wanted to make it look like, this one came back from the Soviet Union, so you can do the Russia thing. And then this one was hanging around, the anti-Castro side as well. But essentially, Al Gruber gave Jack Ruby the order to shoot Lee Harvey Oswald. That was, and that was led to the death of Lee Harvey Oswald because he was a CIA agent and they turned on him. David Ben-Gurion was essentially the man at the top of the whole chain, and he was the founder and the lead assassin that led to the creation of Israel. So Ben-Gurion was basically executing the orders through Menachem Begin, which was later became a prime minister of Israel. And that was done through Yitzhak Shamir and Rubin. And they were they're essentially the functioning heads of Israel at the time of the assassination of JFK, which was an intelligence operation by Mossad, and countless books have been written of all the major assassinations being done by the Jewish mob, the Italian mob, using Israel as the jurisdiction. And the cover-up of that was done by the Israeli intelligence service, otherwise known as ISIS. The same ones that funds the regimes that they weaponize through the wars that they create in order to create the fake war between the Jews and the Muslims today, and the radical groups that they basically rent out in order to create crimes against humanity. This is why it's so lawless. This is why ever since October the 7th, it has been such a crazy operation, because this was the CIA relationship that led to basically the control of the secret services. And that was the involvement of the ability to assassinate the president through two shooters. Now, what do the document drops focus on? They focus on Oswald, of course, returning from the Soviet Union. And if you went to the spaces, they were all focused on how this is Russia. Why would it be hidden if it was Russia? And they focused on his trip to Mexico City. These were red herrings in order to distract you from where your eyes really should be, because it was JFK. What was he doing? He firstly wanted to expose the nuclear program, and he was enraged by it. But also he was trying to shut down the precursor to an organization that has paid every single, virtually all of them, apart from Thomas Massie, Congress member and Senate member in American politics today, an organization called AIPAC. And it was called something slightly different at the time. He said, you must register as a foreign agent, because he wanted to stop the blackmail rings and the political financing that was turning America into America first, into Israel first. And that was for the Jewish mob and the Italian mob through the jurisdiction of Israel. And that created the bribery rings that are also going to be released files for. He wanted to put an end to the Israeli illegal weapons of mass destruction nuclear program that Netanyahu, through the party that he comes from, came to Congress and said, it's Iran and Iraq, therefore you need to go to there. And therefore he needed another false flag operation to justify it to the American people, which is why after the assassination of JFK, what else did he do? Before that, he was launching a silver-backed currency that through an executive order. But who was put in power after the assassination of JFK? Lyndon B. Johnson. LBJ was in on the whole thing, and he was basically reversing American first policies into Israel first policies to construct the takeover of the US government, the US Congress, and the US Senate by Mossad, and the takeover of CIA into this one network, and increase the power of the Jewish mob in order to make sure that Israel had more policies. He was a prostitute for Israel, and he had deep ties. LBJ had deep ties, and all the clues were there. Now, when the files dropped this week, immediately, as I said, there was a redact request, which is why there was a delay from the Israeli intelligence service, ISIS. And there were a few omissions that were sprinkled in, and you can create a theory about why they were there. I gave a few based upon my macro understanding that I discussed in part 2. But there were a few omissions that were in the doc, and I'll read the ones that were there, the ones that slipped through. Quote, Israel is no good. Israel was behind the JFK assassination. Another quote, we now have plenty of money. Our new backers are Jews. That's their quote, not mine, basically the Jewish mob. As soon as we can take out Kennedy. These quotes are in the declassified documents. These were the documents that were hidden, and these were the documents that to this day were requested by the Israeli intelligence service, ISIS, to be not come out, which is why there was delays and why there was a scramble. As I said, the connection and the dots that I did, I want to give credit to Corey Hughes, who's written books on this, Ryan Dawson, that's created many different documentaries, and they have different theories of how this happened. This is what I believe to be the most credible story, based upon, they both come up with that there were two shooters. They end up in the same results, but they have different narratives of how we actually got here. And it's a massive rabbit hole if you want to go down it. But to me, I just gave you enough details from following the money to help you understand that Israel, through the conduit of repackaging terrorism into statehood, not the Israeli people, not the Jewish people, but the Israeli government, through Mossad, killed JFK to control US intelligence, to control US Congress, to control US Senate through LBJ, because immediately AIPAC was allowed to bribe politicians and not register as a foreign agent like China and Russia and any other foreign interest. And then they were able to expand globally through blackmail rings that now they had statehood, now they had illegal nukes and weapons of mass destruction. They were able to engage in psyops, just as I said, to blackmail all politicians. And so the Israeli government is the mob. That's why we're seeing the brutality. That's why we're seeing the weaponization of information. That's why we're seeing atheist people weaponize the major religions in order to justify crimes against humanity. That's why the judge exposed that there was assassination attempts when the ICJ court put an arrest warrant for Netanyahu. That's why South Africa are being weaponized by Trump and Musk right now, because the ICC, the South African case, was the one that proved plausible genocide. That's why the UN is being defunded by Trump and the Trump administration right now, because it was saying that there was none of the things that everyone was saying on October the 7th happened. And there were, in fact, the Israeli government and the IDF have been weaponizing sexual assault and sexual violence. And the UN just repeated that. I covered that last week. Immediately after, Israel killed RFK because he wanted to open up an investigation. He knew what happened. He will expose the truth. And so they needed to get rid of him. And we'll probably get the RFK files soon, and I'll do a similar analysis. And when you see the MLK, the Martin Luther King files, you will see a similar analysis. See the book that MLK wrote. and why he needed to be wiped out. We'll do another one in a different episode. Israel attacked the USS Liberty to expand their territory from the 1948 borders to the 1967 borders, that where they essentially required killing Americans in the USS Liberty ship, where LBJ said after the assassination of Kennedy, you need to be in this location. He gave that location to Mossad. They killed Americans in USS Liberty, and they said it was the Egyptians to try and get America to go to a nuclear war with Egypt so that they could expand their borders to the 1967 borders. This was all about war border expansion through ethnic cleansing, false flag operations, and everything we know that intelligence services do. This was all about getting the US into war with Egypt. Israel is also behind the Epstein blackmail. This is where he Epstein bribed politicians like Bill Clinton in order to ensure that when there was peace negotiations between Israel and Palestine, and there was an installed puppet government by the US, and then the Netanyahu wanted to say, no, we need a more extreme government. So through Qatar funded Hamas in order to have an uprising so you could push that to war. When Bill Clinton wanted to negotiate peace, they blackmailed him. They got full control. They Epstein filed him, and they made sure a two-state solution never happened. And then they rewrite history to make it look like it was just the corrupt Arabs that were taking away every deal, and we were trying to get peace every time. And then they weaponize that narrative control out to the network of people that think for the right reasons that they're protecting their people. You know, this is the weaponization of the Jewish faith, the Muslim faith, and the Christian faith. Israel did 9/11 with the CIA and Saudi Arabia and Al Qaeda, which was a CIA-backed group, just through the operations that we covered earlier. And they were weaponized in order to create that false flag, which led to the 3,000 deaths of American people and the millions of deaths of all the wars that were created. And they didn't go into Saudi Arabia, where they said the terrorists came from. They went to Iraq because they get a false narrative of Israel had the financial weapons of mass destruction. They said Iraq had it. And then they create the Cream-Blake memo that led to all the wars that bankrupted America. And now you are $36 trillion of debt in forever war after forever war, to the point where when the US dollar is no longer useful, when the host state is no longer useful, they can just change the world order through the proof of weapons network, as I covered in the macro section in part 2. Israel also made sure that there were funding that got through to Hamas via Qatar that allowed to create the October the 7th, which was an operation that did lead to killing, but also it was allowed to happen because it led to the Hannibal Directive. The Hannibal Directive, where the chief of war of Israel that initiated the directive, that retired from the government, went on Israeli TV and said, I initiated the Hannibal Directive, which is where we kill our own people in order to ensure that hostages, but we can then say that the atrocity happened. Watch the documentary Atrocity Inc. I published it on my blog. And then you say all these atrocities happened, which is control of the narrative. And then what do you get? You get to expand the 48 borders to the 67 borders, to the complete annihilation, ethnic cleansing, genocide of the Palestinians, wipe out the whole thing. And now you've got the Greater Israel Project, and you can take useful idiots, paid idiots like Biden, to say there were 40 beheaded babies when none of that happened, because that came from Netanyahu. Netanyahu got it from an IDF soldier. The IDF soldier got it from a payment through a media-controlled narrative to say that it happened. And then the Hannibal Directive would kill the people and say these were mass sexual atrocities. I can't say it without getting taken out. It is an evil mobster network. That is exactly what it is. And that is exactly what when you follow the money, you can put together the connections. And every file that has been released, I'm pretty sure, just like the JFK files confirmed, you're going to see a similar thing. And we need to wake up, people. Just so you know, if you want some names as well from the research, Kerry Thornley. Kerry Thornley was a fake Oswald as well. Kerry was the person that shot the Tibbets, basically the police officer that was assassinated on the 22nd of November, 1963, the same day as JFK was assassinated, to hide the operation. The real Oswald, he was not a communist. He was a CIA agent. He loved JFK, and he was framed. We get the additional files as well. Basically, JFK was assassinated through a combination of the CIA in order to have access to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And the CIA was taken over by the Mossad, the mafia, and the Israeli Jewish mafia. And that relationship was weaponized in order to kill JFK, so that the weapons of mass destruction could not be interfered, and Israel could get it. And they could run their blackmail rings in order to take over Congress and use LBJ as a mechanism for turning America first into... So basically, the LA mob was being run by Begin, Mishin Begin. He became the 6th prime minister of Israel, and he was serving after the LBJ. LBJ significantly increased the Jewish mob, the Israeli mob power between 1977 and 1983. He was the leader of the right-wing Likud party. The right-wing Likud party is the current party and coalition in charge of the Israeli government right now, which is led by Benjamin Netanyahu, who the ICC has ruled as a war crime that was up for corruption, that has basically been done for blackmail, crimes against humanity, and is being repackaged by the Trump administration and the Biden administration as America's best friend. The directive of the Likud, just so you know, remember they said the Hamas charter was trying to kill all Jews from the river to the sea? That's actually a quote from the Likud directive. The Likud is Benjamin Netanyahu's party that was created by Begin. And they basically said that they will control Palestine from the river to the sea. And then they repackaged it and said that's what they said. And that's part of that. And that is what they are doing right now. And that's what October the 7th was. That was what the false flag in 67 was. That is what the false flags in 48 was. And this is exactly what it is today. He was the leader of the Irgun party. The Irgun was the terrorist group from 1943 to 1948 that led to the creation of Israel, that later became the IDF when they repackaged that group. And then they were able to call terrorism defense. And then they were able to weaponize false flags and war in order to make people believe they're always defending. And these were the groups that were deeply connected to the funding of both sides of World War I and World War II, and the covering up of history in order to make the world think a different version of events is happening. Essentially, Begin is the father of global terrorism. That's exactly how it happened. The false flags, the weapons of mass destruction, the radicalization of groups, the partnership with Saudi Arabia through the Wahhabi ideology, the weaponization of telling people whenever you pay them, say this, Allahu Akbar, before, create crimes against humanity, make people hate Muslims, do 9/11, the whole operation. You can track it through. It's obvious now, because between 1946 and 1963, the Italian mafia and the Israeli mob were one in the same thing. And that was the relationship died off around about the 1970s when Meyer Lansky was on the run. And where did he go on the run? He used his right of return in order to use Israel as a jurisdiction to protect his crimes. But eventually he ended up in prison. And the mob then basically set up these drug trafficking rings and these routes between Venezuela and Saigon in Vietnam that were basically funded by the state of Israel. If it was not for the mob, basically, there would be no Israel today. That's the reality. LBJ was an Israeli puppet that gave Israel, the US, exactly what it needed to turn over the Mossad over to CIA, to turn America first into Israel first. And today, the Trump administration signed off on basically carrying on the Biden genocide. He said, we're going to pretend we're getting peace. So he said, I want ceasefire. So when I control in day one, we get ceasefire. He allowed for phase one to happen. Phase one is the returning of some of the hostages. The returning of the hostages went through as planned. There was countless violation from the Israeli mob and the government in order to try and derail that process. And then it goes into phase two. Phase two is where the IDF need to unprotect the border between Egypt and Rafah in Gaza. They refused to do that. And what did they do? They took what happened. So remember, through Hannibal Directive, when Israel was killing some of the hostages, there was a video from the family of the Bibas family. And the father came out and said, Israel has killed my 2 children and they killed my wife. And that video came out in November 2023. You can find the video. They didn't let that get any attention. And then they saved that PR strategy until the Trump administration came through. Then you got to ask what happened in Trump. We've been covering it in Bitcoin Hard Talk. How was he allowed to get away with all the crimes that they were coming after him for? Suddenly they disappear, and now he's allowed to play president. Suddenly the whole technocrat network realign around Trump. Suddenly all of this happens. He gets money from Adelson and $250 million from the network and AIPAC in order to fulfill what he's meant to be done to fulfill. And now, after ceasefire phase one happens, Egypt and the GCC come out with a plan, $53 billion of investment. The United Nations, only Israel and America use their veto vote to ensure the peace doesn't happen. Netanyahu runs around like crazy. His government is about to fall because it's a coalition government. And the people that left the government said, if you don't go back to war, then I'll dismantle your party. And if it dismantles the party, and if Netanyahu loses, then he has to face his corruption claims. He has to face what the Israeli protesters all know, that the Israeli government is not returning the hostage on purpose to go to war, and they are weaponizing their own people. And so they saved phase two to say that Hamas strangled the babies of the Bibas. The Bibas, other members of family, came out saying, stop weaponizing, stop lying about what happened to our family. This is traumatic for us, and we know who did it. They were blaming the Israeli government. And the protesters in Israel, they're all uprising against their government because they've been psyoped into thinking that all these people, the Palestinians, are after their lives. And they're more radicalized, but they're saying, we know the Israeli government doesn't want to release the hostages because they want to take over all the land. And so then they're protesting, saying, give back our hostages. And they may go into civil war right now because instead of ending the damn thing, Trump signed off and green-lighted and lied to all the American people about what happened with the hostages and created the justification and the narrative control that is required in order to slowly build up a narrative that America needs to go to war with Iran in a desperate attempt, because Israel is holding on and Netanyahu is holding on to an old model. When I believe the Proof of Weapons Network has said, we're going to stabilize the Middle East and Israel get in check, and Israel is fighting back and using his mechanism of the Trump administration in order to try and push a narrative of war. And maybe that is the plan in order to have that final escalation and the closest to World War III you could get in order to push back and get to negotiation. Who knows? But I covered my analysis in the macro section by following the money of why I think they're not going to get a long-term war with Iran, despite what Netanyahu wants. So the reality is, I'm sorry, that Trump got approval for $6 billion in the 1.6 trillion that he got approval of to prevent the government shutdown. And so far in his administration, he sent over $12 trillion to Israel, and he allowed them to use the ceasefire to re-weaponize, and now has approved and green-lighted an invasion and doing exactly what Biden did. Genocide Joe, Holocaust Harris has now been green-lighted by the so-called peace man, as escalation is happening on every front and crimes against humanity are happening right now as we speak. There was a starvation campaign signed off by the Trump administration. No water, no electricity, no food, no shelter, no aid, no water, no fuel. And right now, today, the Israeli mob terrorists have essentially blown up the only cancer hospital to ensure that those that need cancer protection can't get it unless they go to Jordan or Egypt, which is what Trump managed to get the king of Jordan in the humiliation ritual, which is what they'd already agreed anyway. Today, they are blowing up all of the infrastructure that's required for the survival of the civilians. And we've gone from 2.3 million Palestinians in West Bank to Trump's number of 1.7 million, with people searching for their family in the rubble as a new ground invasion happens. And we are watching the whole thing happen right in front of our eyes. And people are being told that in the name of MAGA, this is a good thing, because Israel is our best friend, because your Senate and Congress have been bribed and your media has been blackmailed. And the whole thing that led to the assassination of your president is still the force that is in charge today. Then we need to ask the question. There won't be a ceasefire because of that. Because AIPAC has bought all of it. There are blackmail rings like Epstein. Let's get these files out. Let's tell the truth. Let's commit to that there was a US Jewish mob that weaponized the religions in order to create this. And we are transitioned to a technocratic state where the leaders, the billionaires that have to bow down to the proof of weapon network, have to change their narrative. Elon Musk was the climate change left-wing guy that said good things about, how to prevent radicalization, and now had to do the Auschwitz tour and go on camera and have an Israel first policy and exert all the regime change that's needed to justify and push agents like Tommy Robinson to make hate against the Muslim people, to make it where the Jewish people and the Muslim people and the Christians are all in a fight with each other, divide and conquer. And who's beta testing all of the technology, all of the AI technology? Peter Thiel was given the technology. He's the CEO of Palantir. And Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, or the PayPal mafia, they are exerting a mission of the proof of weapons network. And you're believing that they are America first when they are just exerting the power structures that I covered in part 2 in the proof of weapon network. It's not America first. It's Israel first if you go to war. This is basically the struggle between the free world and the mob. And people are defending the mob. And I went on Spaces, and people don't want to talk about the Israel connection at all because they are scared of being told that they are anti-Semitic or getting censored or losing their job or having their bank account shut down or having any of these power structures that happen when you reveal the truth. But the people do have the ultimate power. The people are able to expose this. They can only go where the people let it go. The resistance is the proof of weapons network. To the proof of weapons network is the decentralized proof of work. It is an FU to the system. It is unweaponizing the top of the chain, the central banking cartel, the cabal of the proof of weapons network that follows global capital and it is blowing up on the people because it's being used and weaponized against it, and you're being told that you need to defend them. This is the very definition of a psyop. Let's bring it slightly to today anyway. I've only got 10 minutes on X and we'll cut out. I know I covered a lot today, but I just really want to get through this as well. So today, let's call it the mob now. The mob that control the proof of weapons network are at disposed. The Israel first policy is basically they've got Congress and they've got Senate. And they've got people thinking they don't want to talk about it because they're fearful of being called anti-Semitic. Israel started a ground invasion in Gaza. That didn't need to happen. There was a plan. The whole GCC was behind that plan. He's escalating that. That's leading to deaths, over 1,000 deaths since that. Civilian, women, children, blowing up of infrastructure, ethnic cleansing, genocide, the killing, watching it on video, being shared through Telegram, freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach. Trump had a call with Putin. And essentially, we know that they're negotiating the power structures because he's just one part of it. He's just one part of it. There was a filed accusation against Netanyahu stating that he ignored all of the intelligence and all of the warnings pre-October the 7th. They came from multiple places. So this is a new report that came out and charges against Netanyahu for his crimes against humanity. It wasn't just Netanyahu that knew. Every regional state and actor over the region, they knew about October the 7th before October the 7th. So did some of the major BRICS partners as well, and the players. So did the US. The US intelligence at the higher level. October the 7th was essentially the final war to take it from the no borders to the 48 borders to the 67 borders to the 2025 borders. And determine the winner. And whoever comes out essentially on top will set the new world order. We could either go down two routes. We can go through the old death and destruction, or we can go through a regional power. And if you go to World War III, quite clearly, China will just remain neutral like America did in World War I, II, and sit back and just build itself. And everyone will lose. It will be an economic disaster for everybody. That's based upon the Israeli first policy to try and get to war with Iran. And Trump is delivering all of the narrative in order to rile up the MAGA people to get excited about another forever war in the Middle East to serve the agenda of the one that does have the illegal weapons of mass destruction and is controlled by the mob and is causing all the problems in the region. All of the players in the proof of weapons network have taken their bets already. And remember, they use their power in order to direct it. So even if Netanyahu or Trump doesn't want to pay ball, they decide through the flows of capital that I covered in the macro section in part 2. They hedge their positions as well in case it goes wrong. So follow the money and you can find out. This is what draws me to my conclusion that although Israel looks like it has the power, the JFK assassination was an essential part of revealing and confirming what we all knew already. And you need to get with the program. And we need to call it out because the people do have the power in the end. I believe that Israel has lost. Here's what I think you need to know about the Middle East today in order to understand the game. And this is where I get from following the money. Iran has switched to its old agenda of funding militia groups and creating the sectarian divides in order to justify certain parts of the wars. And I believe it's now cooperating with the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council, Cooperation, whatever that stands for. They've got the sovereign wealth and they've got the power. Don't give credit to Israel, for decapitating basically the strikes that they did with Hezbollah and Hamas, because I've done the analysis and I believe that they were able to get those leaders because maybe, just maybe, Iran may have had and assisted in allowing that to happen. I know that's controversial, but maybe the New World Order was set. Remember, the helicopter came down, there was a regime change, and then immediately after that, the leaders were allowed to be assassinated. Maybe this is the regime change. Maybe it's already happened. There was a cooperation agreement. So why are we having this ratcheting up of narrative? This was essentially the beginning of the end of Axis. And I think we moved to a more new normalization without death and violence because we don't need it. The Axis was not just a resistance. It was essentially the reason that Zionism existed. Zionism existed based upon being able to put out the narrative that the life of the Jews is always being attacked by the Muslims that want to kill them and the Islamists, the term that the Likud party created in order to make you think that. When those Islamists were actually doing the bidding to the highest bidder in order to justify wars when they wanted to justify them. So it was a justification for Zionism, because then you can push out anti-Semitism and you can drive people to extreme psyops. But people just don't understand it because it's too damn complex. It's like a paradox. But the truth is when you follow the money, and so hopefully more people will watch this stuff and understand. Assad was, I don't think he was actually overthrown. I think he stepped down. I think the regional powers in the region decided that that is the proof of weapons network, and that is the consensus of the new power that decide that. The new Syria is basically currently being run by probably the GCC in Turkey. That HTS, the so-called Syrian National Army that signed this agreement right now, I think they were funding the other terrorist groups. And they're just mercenaries. What are mercenaries? Mercenaries are open to the highest bidder. It's just literally terrorism as a service, and they go on camera to whoever's willing to pay them. Turkey and the GCC paid them. Assad decided that he would step down. I think the powers in the region, whether it's Russia and Iran, they decided that there is a regime change. The Axis maybe are no longer serving that purpose, and we can move towards a peace in the region. When I follow the money, remember HTS, aka ISIS, aka Al Qaeda, aka they're just open to the highest bidder. When the French want to use them, they use them for exploiting resources in Africa. When Israel wants to use them, they use them so they can connect ISIS to resistance and justify war. When America wants to use them, they use them when they need resources. When they need to get the Americans to believe that we're at threat of their life, because what came after 9/11? The Patriot Act. The Patriot Act is a surveillance state, Guantanamo Bay. Exactly what led to the anti-terrorism acts in UK, the surveillance state. The same thing that is allowing people to be arrested today for speaking out and take away freedom of speech. The same thing that Trump is doing today when he is arresting any protest against Palestinians. And the networks like the World Economic Forum, George Soros, if they want to make it look like a pro-Palestinian is a pro-Hamas, then they just burn the American flag and put that on camera and put it out through their networks, because the mob is control of the media. The money is being taken from you through USAID. USAID is funding all these groups. That was exposed. We've got the numbers now. Remember, today's terrorists are tomorrow's heroes and freedom fighters. That's the way it works. They literally put an ISIS head chopper, put a suit on him, and now said, while they're creating fake videos of him going Allahu Akbar and beheading people, they then took the same person and put a suit on him, a nice watch, and say, you are now playing president of Syria. And you're getting the backing of the different groups that are setting through the proof of weapons network what the New World Order looks like. They don't have an ideology. They're not religious. They are weaponizing religion. Money is their god. And you can infiltrate the top and then have a group underneath you that are told what they need to do. Then they're not literate. They don't know what it is. They don't know what they're, they think that they're doing the religion that they're told that they're doing. This is a psyop of the mob of the highest level. They pretend to be, Muslims or Jewish. You can change that as ever you want. You can take the people that think they're doing. It's like the people in America. What did you need to do in order to radicalize America and to kill 1.3 million Iraqi civilians? You needed 9/11. And then they thought they were fighting for their country, for their freedom, for their values. They got radicalized through this psyop. And then they went and they killed, civilians. And then the veterans came back and the government didn't look after them. They ended up homeless, addicted to drugs, PTSD, traumatized from the acts that they needed to do. This is a mafia organization. It's always been in control. It's the proof of weapons network. This is fiat currency. This is what central banks were created for. This is the geopolitics. It's not static. It moves. It is the flows of capital, and it is mob run, and it is crimes against humanity. And we get to expose it right now because we created a decentralized network of money that took on the central banks and everything that I covered in the this week in Bitcoin section. HTS, if they want, they can work for the CIA if they want to pay more. Tomorrow they can work for the opposing side. Then they can work for Turkey. Then they can work for Israel. They can let Israel expand and take over the land. They go wherever the money takes them because they are for rent. Netanyahu was essentially in a race against, he had time by the order to ethnically cleanse Palestinians. The resistance against it, because we protested, because the people uprose, because we exposed the information on X, because we got the information through Telegram, through encrypted technology, because the Palestinians were able to show us what was happening to them. For 16 months, we've been saying this is crimes against humanity happening right in front of our eyes. The media is lying to us. Everything is lying to us. You are being psyoped. These people that are debating with you are actually agents that are paid by influencers. They're being paid. They're being paid in order to say, don't let them speak about this, speak about that, rewrite history. This is how they rewrite history. But they lost. The narrative is not winning. The files are being released. The control vectors do not exist anymore. The people do have the power to fight against the proof of weapons network. Bitcoin allows you to protest against and opt out of the central banking proof of weapons network run by the mob and controlled. We get to do this, and you've got to get out of the psyop. Even Trump told you fake news. We released US aid. All of it is in front of you. Now, I know most people are so in debt slaved, trying to figure out how to pay their bills that they can't boycott debt. They can't save in Bitcoin. They can't do that. And unfortunately, you need to figure out a way, because this is the agenda. This is following the money. This is the importance of understanding this. If you are fighting for this, you are fighting for the mob to steal your money, and you're paying the bill. Your taxpayer money is being used. Your inflation is making you homeless. You are taking the crimes against humanity and justifying them. This is what the system has come to. And they say it's a Jewish state. Why do they say it's a Jewish state? So they can weaponize anti-Semitism in order to justify whatever they want to do. Israel wants to create a second US hegemony under the old model of death and destruction, destabilize the Middle East, because they have the weapons of mass destruction and the illegal nukes that JFK lost his life for in order to give you. They want to be the hegemony. They want to control the cybersecurity. They want to control the AI-powered proof of weapons network. And that is at the destruction of America first, because they don't care. But the power and the money is in the GCC that got up those surpluses. This is the same place that Britain was during World War I when the Bank of England took it over. And now the Fed got you here. During this last 16 months, Netanyahu has essentially been in a race against time. He had 16 months to achieve the mission of achieving the ethnic cleansing, and he got exposed. And because we pushed the narrative, we stood up to the lies, he has lost. Israel has a tainted reputation. Biden lost the politics. Genocide Joe, Holocaust Horace. We voted for Trump because of the atrocities and crimes against humanity that they were covering up. Trump is now in power. We now need to make sure that he is not allowed to get away with this because Israel is trying to manipulate him because they paid for him. Now, are these files being released against that? It is the situation. It's a fluid situation. But the GCC has already successfully decided what the new vision is, what the regional plan is. And they have the power. They're investing in artificial intelligence in China and America. They are dictating the flow of capitals. And I believe the Proof of Weapons Network has said World War III is not viable. And the only one that will take us to World War III is Netanyahu in order to protect his career, in order to create crimes against humanity, in order to break ceasefire deals, in order to this whole deal that they'll get in the end could have been broken 8 months ago. I watched the whole damn thing. I watched the manipulation of media. I watched the mob do this. It is a psyop. He wanted to totally displace the Palestinians. He had Biden, Genocide Joe. He had Holocaust Harris. And now he had Trump. Who has tried to assassinate Trump? What was that all about? We're going to find out eventually. But who was next in charge? J.D. Vance. Who's J.D. Vance? He was funded by Peter Thiel. Who's Peter Thiel? Palantir. Who's Palantir? The AI military industrial complex. What is the AI military industrial complex doing? They are funding a genocide, occupation as a service, genocide as a service in Gaza right now. It is killing people. It is killing women. It is killing babies. And they are trying to justify this whole damn thing. And all we need to do is expose the truth for what it does and stand up for humanity because we are winning. Because if they win the narrative, they will get away with it. And you MAGA, you Trump people, take your leader and don't let him do it. Don't let him justify it because it will take down America. It will asset strip America for those that benefit from war, for the mob. Sex trafficking, human trafficking, crimes against humanity. That is what's behind this. Don't let him do it. The regional plan is fast approaching. Follow the money. America needs to focus on America first. You are no longer the global hegemon. You are a regional power, and that's where the cookie crumbles right now. Just like Britain need to accept it. Europe, if you don't normalize with Russia, then you're going to be sacrificed by the ECB. Middle East has the cards right now. BRICS is aligned with the Middle East, and we can usher in a fourth turning, an environment of prosperity. And the GCC can say, Saudi can say, there will be a two-state solution because we're going to prevent an uprising. All of the noise is on Egypt right now. The Egypt is on the verge of an uprising, and Netanyahu wants that uprising to happen. America wants to stabilize Syria. Israel wants the Greater Israel Project. They want to push, push, push. Forever war, forever war, forever war. No more death, no more destruction. This is a war criminal that is propping up the... This is crimes against humanity. This person needs to be taken out. This government needs to be replaced and de-radicalized because we need peace. And that is what the money is saying right now. That is what the money is saying. So eventually, Israel has no economic power anymore. I know we think it's powerful. I think the axis, I think they brought the Palestinians to where it is right now, but it's time for the GCC to take some economic control. And I think that's what we're leading to. I think the goal is to transform the Middle East for the first time since the Ottoman Empire, since the Brits carved it all up in Sykes-Picot in order to create death, destruction, and since the mob took over and took out JFK and created this fake war on terror 2.0 that has led to so much death and destruction and divide and conquer and hatred and civil unrest and all the things it's caused. No more. This is mob activity. This is how they get their economic control. Let's let the Middle East, let's let the new model prevail. And all it requires is the model that the GCC have already put through. Remember, in the Bitcoin section, I said Abu Dhabi already invested in Binance. Qatar and Saudi Arabia, they're investing in AI. They're investing in America. They said their plan. I think the global elites, the proof of weapons network, they recognize that this was not going in the right direction. They act independently of the US. The Fed is not America first. The ECB is not Europeans first. The proof of weapons network that I covered in the macro section, they act independently and they're protecting their interests. And Bitcoin is the resistance. And that's why they're trying to accumulate Bitcoin. They couldn't beat us, so they joined us. They're like your VCs. They just go where the money is. They're like an entrepreneur that can hyper accelerate a company through your VC funding. They can create the next ChatGPT through VC funding. And I don't think the VC funding is going to where it is right now. And so the order is being changed. The proof of weapons network will do whatever's in their monetary interest, whatever the return on investment is. And you need to recognize that as well. I don't think the neocons are going to be as powerful as they used to. That power and that model is declining. Why? Because we got 10 years until AI determines what the next government is. We've got to make it decentralized. We can't have AI in centralized database in China and America like they both want. We have to build it on top of Bitcoin, as I said. We have to have decentralized. We have to have truth. The truth is coming out. These files are being released. The proof of weapons network is understood. I will continue covering it in Bitcoin Hard Talk. I'm not even going to bother going through any of the other wars and any of the other things. Just be aware that the whole narrative, remember those covert operations that I covered in here, the ones that do false flag operations to make you think that there's terrorism and fear. These are mechanisms of control for central bank digital currencies, technocratic stable coins. They are weapons for control, and you need to opt out. Debt is the gateway drug of control. Boycott by saving in Bitcoin and spend local. Don't prop up the technocratic control mechanism, surveillance state, AI as a genocide service that will be weaponized into your CBDC and your stable coin when it's controlled by a centralized server. Work decentralized. The people do have the power. We did it with Bitcoin. It was a miracle. That whole network was created because of us, because of the design of it. And now they have to join us. We can do that with AI. We can do that with social media. We can do that with identity. We can do that with stable coins. So always remember, you are alive at one of the most interesting and exciting times in financial history. Some are going to get wrecked. Others are going to do really well. I'm going to keep exposing the system and make sure you are on the right side of the change. I want to do it with peace, love, and unity. And I don't think they want it to be that way. But with information, I think we can make that transition together. And I think we can do it with peace. That's going to do it for Bitcoin Hard Talk, episode 75. I know it was long. We'll break it up into a few. But if you want more people to know this, if you want peace, share, like, subscribe, and get more people to watch this and invest the time, because I think it's the most important thing that we can do. Peace.